Hi guys. Tonight we descend into a human world that existed long before cities, long before kings, long before written names were carved into stone. You're standing at the mouth of a cold underground passage, where damp air moves slowly over your face and torchlight trembles against wet stone. Somewhere beyond the darkness, water drips in a patient rhythm, as if the earth itself is counting time. Above you, fog covers ruined hills, ancient forests lean into the night, and buried staircases wait beneath roots and soil. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is where you are. It is always strange and beautiful to imagine people all over the world entering the same darkness together. Now, dim the lights, and let yourself step carefully into the older human world beneath the one we know. At first, it feels familiar. There's earth beneath your feet, stone around your shoulders, darkness ahead, and the soft orange glow of fire behind you. But as you move forward, the familiar begins to loosen. The walls seem too old to belong to any story you learned in school. The air is cold in a way that feels preserved, as though it has been waiting underground since the Ice Age. You hear the faint scrape of your own movement, and you begin to understand that human history is not only what was built above ground, it is also what was hidden, buried, abandoned, sealed, forgotten, and misunderstood. Most people imagine civilization as a line moving upward. First caves, then villages, then farms, then cities, then empires. It is a neat staircase, comforting and simple. But archaeologists have spent generations discovering that the path was never so clean. Prehistoric humans were not merely waiting for civilization to begin. They were building memory, ritual, technology, social bonds, trade routes, shelters, symbols, and hidden spaces in landscapes that modern people often pass over without noticing. Researchers continue to question how much complexity existed before farming, before writing, and before the first official cities appeared. You walk deeper, and the torchlight reveals small details that feel strangely intimate. A smoothed place on the wall where hands may have brushed stone again and again. A shallow hollow in the floor where feet may have paused. A black stain overhead from old smoke. None of these things announces itself like a palace or a buried city, but each one whispers of presence. Someone came here before you. Someone knew this darkness. Someone understood the shape of the passage well enough to move through it without panic. In the world before civilization, survival was not primitive in the simple sense. It was precise. A hunter crossing frozen ground had to read animal tracks in mud and snow. A gatherer had to know which routes were safe, which berries could poison, which plants returned after fire, and which streams changed course after heavy rain. A group moving through ancient Britain or Ice Age Europe carried knowledge in memory, gesture, story, and habit. Today, you can glance at a glowing screen and know where you are, but in that older world, you belong to the landscape only if you could remember it. That is one reason the underground feels so powerful. Above ground, wind erases footprints, rivers flood camps, forests grow over pathways, and wooden shelters rot back into soil. Beneath the earth, traces can remain for tens of thousands of years. Cave floors keep ash, stone walls keep pigment, buried chambers keep bones, ancient mines keep tool marks, forgotten tunnels keep the shape of hands and labour. The deeper you go, the more history begins to feel less like a record and more like a buried atmosphere. You pause where the passage widens slightly. The ceiling lifts just enough for you to stand more easily. The torch smoke curls upward, then drifts along the stone roof. In this faint light, You can imagine prehistoric humans gathering not in chaos, but in quiet order. One person tends the fire. Another works a stone blade with careful strikes. Someone else listens for weather beyond the cave mouth. Children sleep under animal skins. Outside, the cold prehistoric world waits with wolves, deer, rivers, storms, and forests older than any kingdom. A mainstream view in archaeology holds that early humans were highly adaptable, capable of surviving extreme climates through cooperation, tool-making, fire use, and deep environmental knowledge. Yet scholars remain divided on how we should interpret the less practical traces they left behind. A blade is easy to explain. A hearth is easy to understand. But what about a handprint placed far inside a dark cave? What about a mark repeated in a hidden chamber? What about bones arranged in ways that seem deliberate, but not fully readable? No one fully understands where ordinary survival ended and symbolic thought began. That uncertainty is the doorway into this story. You're not walking into fantasy. You're walking into the part of real history that still resists being flattened into facts. The lost human world before civilization was not necessarily a lost civilization in the dramatic sense of marble temples and vanished kings. It was something stranger. It was a world of small groups who could cross enormous distances, endure bitter climates, shape stone with astonishing skill, bury their dead with care, enter dangerous underground places, and leave behind images that still feel alive after thousands of years. As you continue, the tunnel narrows again. Your shoulder nearly brushes the damp wall. The smell of wet earth grows stronger. Somewhere in the blackness, water falls into a hidden pool. You think of all the places like this across ancient Europe and ancient Britain. Places where archaeologists have found signs of human presence in caves, rock shelters, mines, burial chambers, and underground passages. Some were practical, some were sacred, some may have been both. The ancient world rarely separated survival, fear, memory, and belief as cleanly as modern people do. In the flicker of the torch, you begin to notice how easily the earth can hide an entire chapter of human life. A buried city can sleep beneath a modern street. Roman Britain can lie beneath medieval ruins. Celtic Britain can survive beneath Roman roads. Prehistoric humans can leave marks beneath all of it, older than the languages used to describe them. Layer by layer, the ground becomes less like empty dirt, and more like a library whose pages have been pressed together by time. And yet, not every page can be read. Archaeologists can measure the depth of a chamber, date charcoal from a hearth, identify animal bones, analyze pollen, scan buried structures, and reconstruct ancient diets from chemical traces. But the inner life of the people who moved through these spaces remains partly out of reach. You can know what they ate, but not always what they feared. You can know where they slept, but not always what dreams came to them in the dark. You can trace the outline of an underground tunnel, but not fully know why someone first chose to enter it. This is the quiet tension that keeps pulling you forward. The more science reveals, the more human mystery remains. You step into a chamber where the air feels stiller. The roof is low, the walls uneven, and the floor slopes gently into shadow. The torchlight catches mineral streaks like pale veins in the stone. It is easy to imagine this place empty, but emptiness can be misleading. Many ancient places were not abandoned because they were meaningless. They were abandoned because time moved on. Climates shifted. Rivers changed. Communities vanished. Or new beliefs settled over old ones. What looks silent now may once have held voices, smoke, footsteps, and ritual attention. Some scholars suggest that underground spaces may have shaped early human imagination because they felt like thresholds. They were not fully part of the living surface world, yet not entirely separate from it. A cave could be shelter, storage, refuge, danger, and sacred interior all at once. A mine could provide valuable stone or metal, but also demand descent into darkness. A burial chamber could hold the dead close to the living while placing them beneath the earth. The same space could protect and unsettle. You feel that contradiction as you stand there. The chamber is calm, almost comforting, but also slightly uneasy. It does not threaten you. It waits. The waiting is the mood of deep history, not loud, not dramatic, not eager to explain itself. Just present. Cold stone, slow water, faint smoke, ancient ground holding more than it says. As the story begins, you're still near the surface of the mystery. The world above still has recognizable shapes, forests, rivers, hills, shelters, fires. But beneath those familiar things lies another question. Before civilization gave humanity walls, laws, temples, roads, markets, and written memory, what kind of world had already formed in the dark? What did prehistoric humans know that vanished with them? How many forgotten tunnels, ancient ruins, buried chambers, and hidden underground places still carry traces of lives that were never written down? You lift the torch and move forward. The passage bends out of sight, and the darkness beyond it feels older than history. You leave the first chamber behind, and the passage of memory opens outward into a world without city walls, without written laws, without the steady geometry of streets. Before cities had names, the human world was not empty. It was wide, alert, and alive with meanings carried in footsteps. You walk into a cold prehistoric morning where mist lies low over the ground, and the pale light of dawn catches on frozen grass. Far beyond the cave mouth, a river moves between dark trees. Smoke rises from a small fire, thin and blue, almost invisible against the fog. This is not the beginning of human intelligence. It is only the point where the ground still gives us fragments. Long before the first temples, before Roman Britain, before Celtic Britain, before ancient Britain had a name that would survive in any text, people lived by knowledge that did not need writing to be powerful. They watched the sky, followed herds, shaped stone, carried embers, shared food, remembered paths, and taught children how to survive by seeing what the careless eye would miss. You step carefully across the edge of a camp. There are no permanent houses here in the later sense, no tiled roofs or carved doorways, yet the place is organised. Fire sits at the centre. Flint flakes lie near a working area. Animal bones rest where meat was cut away. Hides are stretched or folded. Tools are kept close to hand, not scattered randomly. A sleeping space is protected from wind. Even in a temporary shelter, there is order. Archaeologists often describe prehistoric hunter-gatherer life through tools, bones, hearths, and environmental traces. But researchers continue to question how much social structure and symbolic behaviour existed in forms that have not survived. A wooden spear can rot. A spoken law can vanish. A song can disappear without leaving a stain in the soil. What remains is only the hard edge of a much softer world. You crouch beside the fire and feel the warmth on your hands. The flames are low, carefully fed, because fuel is not just fuel, it is time, labour, safety, and comfort. In a cold world, fire is a boundary between human space and the open dark. It cooks meat, hardens wooden points, warms stone, dries skins, keeps animals away, and gathers people into a circle where stories may be told. It is technology, but it is also atmosphere. It turns night into something that can be endured. Beyond the firelight, the ancient landscape feels enormous. During the Ice Age, climates shifted, forests expanded and retreated, grasslands opened, and animals moved according to seasons that humans had to understand with precision. mammoth, reindeer, wild horse, bison, aurochs, deer, and smaller animals all formed part of a living map. To follow them was not simple wandering. It required memory, planning, cooperation, and a deep awareness of terrain. You notice tracks pressed into damp ground near the river. Some are fresh, some already softening at the edges. A modern viewer might see only marks in mud, but a prehistoric hunter would read direction, speed, weight, group size, and time. The ground could speak if you'd been trained to listen. A broken branch, a patch of disturbed moss, bird calls falling suddenly silent, the smell of animals carried by wind. All of it mattered. Today, travel often means roads, signs, maps, and measured distances. Here, distance is felt through hunger, weather, memory, and risk. A valley is not just a valley. It is where red deer pass in autumn. A ridge is not just stone. It is a lookout. A grove is not just trees. It may hold edible plants, nesting birds, resin, shelter, or danger. In the lost human world before civilization, the landscape was not background. It was a living archive. Still, there are mysteries in this life that refuse to become simple. Some scholars suggest that mobile prehistoric groups may have had territories marked not by fences, but by remembered landmarks, seasonal routes, kinship ties, and places of return. Others caution that archaeological evidence can rarely show these boundaries clearly. You can find a tool and date a hearth, but how do you excavate the feeling of belonging to a valley? You rise and walk toward the river, cold air gathers around the water, and your breath appears faintly before you. On the bank, stones have been chosen and carried. They are not random. Some are good for striking flakes. Some are useful as hammerstones. Some may have been brought from places far away. Trade, exchange, or movement across large distances can be hidden inside a single piece of flint. A tool may quietly reveal a journey. This is one of the first strange discoveries in the world before cities. Even without roads or empires, materials moved, shells, stone, pigments, ornaments, and ideas crossed landscapes through networks we only partly understand. People met at seasonal gathering places. Groups exchanged partners, stories, tools, and perhaps warnings. An object found far from its source can feel like a message from an invisible social world. You hold a shaped blade in your imagination. Its edge is thin, controlled, deliberate. It was made by hands that understood stone not as dead matter, but as something with grain, fracture, possibility. A poor strike could ruin it. A skilled strike could release a long, sharp flake from the core. The maker had to see the future shape inside the stone before it existed. This was not crude. It was learned precision. Archaeologists remain divided on how to describe the mental world behind such skill. Was it purely practical knowledge passed through imitation, or did it exist inside stories, teaching rituals, social identity, and memory? Perhaps a child learned by watching an elder's hands near the fire. Perhaps certain makers were admired for their skill. Perhaps a blade carried not only usefulness, but the reputation of the person who made it. You walk farther from the camp into ancient forest. The trees stand close, their trunks damp and dark. Rainwater gathers in hollows. Birds move unseen in the branches. The smell is leaf mould, wet bark, smoke fading behind you, and cold earth. Somewhere ahead, a branch cracks. You pause, listening. There is no dramatic danger, only the constant awareness required to remain alive. In this world, shelter could be a cave, a windbreak, a skin tent, a brush structure, or a place used only briefly before the group moved on. The most visible shelters to archaeologists are often those made of stone or preserved in unusual conditions. But much of prehistoric life likely took place in materials that vanished: wood, hide, grass, bark, fibre, and bone may have formed a much richer built world than the record suggests. That missing architecture is one of the quietest losses in ancient history. You may imagine prehistoric people as cave dwellers because caves survive. But caves are only the places where time kept better records. Outside them were camps, pathways, shelters, drying racks, fishing places, butchery areas, gathering grounds, lookout points, and sacred or meaningful spots that left almost nothing behind. A whole human geography may have disappeared because it was made from living material. You pass between trees and come to a rise in the land. From here, the valley opens, mist clings to the river, smoke from the camp is now a thin thread. Far away, hills fade into grey. It is easy to feel small here, but prehistoric humans were not helpless before this scale. They were adapted to it. Their survival depended on group care as much as individual strength. Food sharing, tool sharing, knowledge sharing, and protection of children would have been central to life. The ancient world was not gentle, but it was not only brutal. People healed from injuries. The sick and old were sometimes cared for. Burials in different regions show that emotional bonds existed deep in prehistory. Ornamented objects suggest identity and beauty. Pigments suggest decoration, symbolism, or ritual. And yet, no one fully understands how these communities explain the world to themselves. Did the river have a spirit? Did the dead remain nearby? Did the cave feel like a mouth into another realm? You move back toward the fire as evening begins to gather. The forest darkens slowly, not all at once. Smoke thickens in the cold air. Someone adds wood. Sparks rise and vanish. Around the camp, voices become lower. Tools are put away. Meat is shared. A child watches the flame, eyes half closed. Beyond the glow, the ancient night presses gently against the circle. Before civilization, humanity already lived inside complexity. Not the complexity of taxes, courts, armies, or written archives, but the complexity of memory, ecology, kinship, craft, movement, fear, and imagination. The lost world was stranger than the old stereotypes, because it was both simple in material and deep in knowledge. It left no monuments in many places, yet it shaped the human mind that would later build monuments. As darkness settles, you understand that the first mystery is not whether prehistoric people survived. They did. The deeper question is how much of their invisible world has vanished because it was carried in breath, gesture, firelight, and memory. You look once more toward the cave behind you. The earth has kept only fragments, but even fragments can glow. You walk away from the firelit camp and enter the forest that remembered humanity before humanity learned to write itself down. The trees rise around you like dark pillars, their branches tangled in mist, their roots gripping soil that has held footsteps for thousands upon thousands of years. Every surface is damp. Moss softens fallen trunks. Rainwater rests in the hollows of leaves. Somewhere above, a bird calls once, then falls silent, as if the forest has noticed your arrival. In this older world, forests are not scenery. They are shelter, danger, pantry, medicine chest, boundary, and memory. Before ancient Britain became a place of hill forts, tribes, Roman roads, medieval ruins, and buried churches, it was a shifting landscape of woods, rivers, marshes, open grassland, and cold hills. The balance changed over time as climate warmed, ice retreated, sea levels rose, and people followed the living patterns of animals and plants. You move through a place that would never have stood still long enough to become familiar in the modern sense. The ground beneath you is soft with old leaves. Each step makes a quiet, wet sound. In the half-light, you notice how difficult it would be to travel here without knowledge. There are no signs, no straight roads, no distant tower to guide you. The path is made of memory, a bend in the river, a leaning oak, a ridge where the wind clears snow first, a patch of hazel that gives nuts in autumn, a hollow where deer shelter in bad weather. To a stranger, the forest is confusion. To those who know it, the forest is a map. Researchers continue to question how prehistoric communities organized their movements through landscapes like this. Some evidence suggests seasonal mobility, with groups returning to useful places again and again. Other evidence hints at more complex patterns of gathering, exchange, and territorial awareness. But the most important routes may have been walked so lightly that they left almost nothing behind. No one fully understands how many ancient paths disappeared beneath later roads, fields, towns, and forests that grew back over them. You pass a stream narrow enough to step across. The water is black and cold, moving over stones the colour of bone. Beside it, you see the imagined marks of use, a place where people might have knelt to drink, a place where flint could be washed, a place where animal tracks gather in soft mud. Streams like this were small arteries of prehistoric life. They carried water, guided travel, attracted animals, and sometimes marked boundaries between groups. In the deep past, rivers were not obstacles alone. They were corridors. Long before Roman Britain laid down engineered roads and bridges, people could follow waterways through the land, carrying tools, skins, ornaments, stories, and perhaps news of distant groups. A river could lead you to fish, reeds, clay, crossing places, winter camps, and open country. Yet rivers also changed. Floods remade banks, ice broke, marshes expanded. A safe crossing could become a hidden danger after rain. You pause beside the stream and listen. The forest sound is layered, water over stone, wind in branches, distant movement in undergrowth, your own breathing, somewhere far away. Perhaps beyond the trees, an animal calls. To survive here, people had to understand not only what they saw, but what had changed since yesterday. The ancient world asked constant attention from the body. A strange thing about prehistoric life is how easily modern imagination makes it too empty. We picture scattered people in vast wilderness, separated by silence. But archaeology increasingly suggests networks. Stone from one region appears in another. Marine shells travel inland. Amber, pigments, and worked objects move through exchange, migration, gift-giving, or seasonal meetings. The forests may have looked lonely, but they were threaded with human connection. Archaeologists remain divided on the scale and meaning of these connections. Were they occasional contacts between small groups, or broader traditions shared across regions? Did people gather at certain rivers, caves, hunting grounds, or later sacred landscapes because those places already carried importance? The evidence is often fragmentary. A tool found far from its geological source tells you movement happened, but it does not tell you whether the traveller was a trader, a relative, a visitor, a captive, or someone returning home. You continue deeper, and the trees begin to thin. The forest opens into a misty clearing where grass bends under moisture. Here, the ground feels watched by sky. You imagine a group arriving at dusk, tired from travel, carrying children, tools, skins, and embers wrapped carefully to keep fire alive. They would know where to place camp to avoid flooding, where wind would strike, where animals might pass at night. A small decision could mean comfort or danger. Food shaped nearly every movement. In spring, fresh plants and nesting birds. In summer, fish, berries, roots, and small animals. In autumn, nuts, migrating herds, and stored fat before winter. In colder seasons, endurance depended on planning, preserved food when available, and knowledge of where animals could be found. Ancient survival was not a frantic search from one meal to the next. At its best, it was a calendar carried inside the mind. You kneel near the edge of the clearing and touch the soil. Beneath your fingers, there could be traces invisible to the eye. Charcoal from a small fire, pollen from old vegetation, microscopic plant remains, a fragment of bone, a chipped flint blade no bigger than a fingernail. Archaeologists can recover astonishing clues from such fragile remains, but what they reconstruct is still only a shadow of the lived world. The smell of smoke, the tension before a storm, the comfort of voices in darkness. These things do not fossilize. Some scholars suggest that certain landscapes may have been remembered through story long before formal monuments were built. A hill might be linked to an ancestor. A cave might be avoided except at special times. A river bend might be where a group once survived a hard winter. Others warn that such interpretations are difficult to prove. Still, it is hard to believe that people who knew every track, tree, and seasonal change saw the land as meaningless. You rise and walk toward a ridge. The climb is gentle, but the forest changes with every step. Ferns give way to bracken. The air grows cooler. Wind slips between the trunks. From the top, you see the wide shape of the ancient landscape spread beneath you. A river glints through fog. Dark woods gather in valleys. Open ground stretches toward distant hills. Somewhere beyond the horizon, coastlines are shifting, and lands that once joined people will one day sink beneath the sea. This is one of the haunting truths of ancient Britain and prehistoric Europe. The map itself was not fixed. Places where humans hunted and walked now lie under the North Sea. The submerged land, often called Doggerland, once connected Britain to continental Europe before rising seas swallowed it over thousands of years. Archaeologists and researchers continue to study what may remain beneath those waters, but much of that world is lost to mud, tides, and deep time. You stand on the ridge and imagine a coastline that is no longer there, camps where families slept, river mouths where fish were caught, forests where children learned animal tracks, paths between groups, all gone beneath grey water, not destroyed in a single dramatic moment everywhere, but gradually transformed, generation after generation, until memory itself had to retreat inland. The forest behind you darkens as afternoon fades. You begin descending again, following a path that may be real or imagined. The air smells of wet bark and distant smoke. The world feels quiet, but not empty. It feels inhabited by absence. Every hill may have held a story. Every stream may have guided a journey. Every clearing may have been a temporary room in the open house of the ancient world. Before civilization, humans did not stand apart from nature in the way later cities sometimes tried to. They negotiated with it constantly. They feared it, used it, watched it, honoured it, and depended on it. The ancient forests remembered people not because people dominated them, but because people returned, season after season, leaving small signs that time nearly erased. As night comes, you see firelight flickering between the trees ahead. It is faint, warm, and human. For a moment, the forest seems to breathe around it. You realize that civilization did not begin when humans first made meaning. It began much later, when some meanings finally became visible enough for history to notice. You return to the cave as night gathers outside, and the forest slowly disappears behind a curtain of mist. The entrance is wide enough to admit the last grey light, but beyond that threshold the world changes. Sound becomes softer, air becomes colder. The smell of wet stone mixes with smoke, animal hide, ash, and old earth. You step carefully across the uneven floor, following the low pulse of firelight deeper into the shelter. Inside, the cave is not simply a refuge from weather. It is a room made by the earth, shaped long before any human arrived, then slowly altered by repeated presence. The floor is worn in certain places. The ceiling above the hearth is darkened with smoke. Near the wall, flakes of worked stone catch the glow like tiny pale teeth. A bone lies half buried in dust. A strip of hide hangs near the fire to dry. Everything feels temporary, yet everything also feels remembered. You notice how the fire divides the cave into zones. Closest to the flames, warmth and work gather together. This is where hands repair tools, scrape hides, soften sinew, cook meat, and pass objects from one person to another. Farther back, the light thins. Shadows deepen along the wall. The cave continues into darkness, but not all darkness is used in the same way. Some spaces are practical. Others seem to have been approached with more care. Excavations in Ice Age cave sites across Europe have revealed hearths, stone tools, butchered animal bones, pigments, ornaments, and traces of repeated occupation. These discoveries show that caves could serve as shelters, workshops, gathering spaces, and sometimes places of image-making. Yet the surviving evidence does not always tell us whether a cave was a home, a seasonal stop, a ritual place, or all of these at different times. The same chamber could change meaning with weather, season, and memory. You crouch beside the hearth. The heat touches your face, but your back remains cold. Sparks rise and vanish against the blackened ceiling. Someone has arranged stones near the fire, perhaps to contain the flame or hold warmth after the wood burns down. Nearby, a blade is being made. You hear the soft, precise strike of stone against stone, not loud, not hurried. A rhythm of knowledge. The maker turns the core carefully, studying angles by firelight. One strike releases a flake, another shapes an edge. The tool that emerges may be used for cutting meat, scraping hide, carving wood, or preparing plant fibers. A simple object in appearance, but the skill behind it is deep. It requires teaching, patience, and a mind able to imagine sequence. First this strike, then that one, then pressure, then edge. Older ideas once described prehistoric people as almost entirely driven by immediate need, but modern archaeology has complicated that picture. The evidence points to planning, selection of materials, transport of stone over distance, and specialized techniques learned over generations. What remains uncertain is how this knowledge was socially organized. Was a skilled toolmaker simply useful, or also respected in a way that shaped identity within the group? You move along the cave wall and see faint red stains where ochre might have been prepared. The pigment is earthy, dark, and warm, like dried blood or rusted sunset. Ochre appears in many prehistoric contexts, sometimes connected with decoration, hide processing, burials, or image making. Its uses were practical and symbolic, and the line between those categories may be more modern than ancient. A material could colour skin, preserve hide, mark a body, stain an object, and carry meaning all at once. Farther in, the torchlight finds a handprint. It is not large. It is placed on the stone as though someone pressed themselves briefly into permanence. Around it, pigment forms a ghostly outline. You stand still. The cave becomes quieter. A handprint is one of the most direct traces a prehistoric person can leave. It does not show their face. It does not give their name. But it tells you that a body was here, a palm, fingers, breath, intention, and then withdrawal. Researchers have proposed many interpretations for Paleolithic hand stencils and cave marks. Some see them as identity, ritual, teaching, presence, initiation, or communication. Others warn that the same kind of mark may not have meant the same thing everywhere. The evidence is powerful, but incomplete. You can measure the hand, you can analyze the pigment, you can date mineral deposits nearby in some cases, but you cannot hear what was said when the hand touched stone. This is where the cave begins to feel stranger than shelter. You follow the wall into a narrower passage. The ceiling lowers, and the air grows damp enough to settle on your skin. Behind you, the fire becomes a dull glow. Ahead, your torch makes the stone pulse with orange light. The passage is not easy to enter. You must turn your shoulders slightly, step around a hollow, and lower your head. If people came here, they came deliberately. No one wandered into this depth by accident while carrying pigment, lamp, tool, or torch. In some decorated caves, images and marks appear far from daylight, deep in chambers that require effort to reach. This has led many archaeologists to ask why people would create images in places so difficult to access. One cautious interpretation is that darkness itself mattered. The journey inward may have changed the mind before the image was even made. Crawling, stooping, breathing cold air, hearing echoes, watching light move across stone. All of it could have shaped experience. You emerge into a small chamber. The walls curve inward. Drops of water shine where the torch catches them. A painted animal seems to shift as the flame flickers, its back following a natural bulge in the stone. The cave surface is not a flat canvas. It is part of the image. A crack becomes a shoulder. A swelling becomes a flank. A hollow becomes shadow. The artist did not simply place a picture on rock. They listened to the rock's shape. This is one of the most haunting details of prehistoric cave art. Many images appear to interact with the natural features of cave walls. Whether this was artistic choice, spiritual perception, or both remains difficult to prove, but standing here, you can feel why the question matters. The animal seems less invented than revealed, as if the figure was already sleeping in the stone, and the human hand only woke it. Outside, the world was full of animals that could feed, threaten, guide, and define human life. Inside the cave, those animals became something else. Horses, bison, deer, mammoths, lions, bears, and abstract signs entered stone darkness. Some were painted with astonishing confidence. Others were engraved lightly, almost hidden. Their meanings may have shifted across time. Hunting magic, memory, story, teaching, trance, social ceremony, and underworld belief have all been suggested. None fully explains every cave. You lift the torch higher. Shadows move like slow water over the painted wall. The chamber seems to breathe with the flame. You can imagine a small group standing here in silence. Perhaps one person paints while others watch. Perhaps a child sees the image for the first time and understands something never spoken directly. Perhaps the cave is visited only on certain nights. Perhaps it is simply a place where the human mind met darkness and answered with form. The uncertainty does not weaken the scene, it deepens it. You return slowly toward the hearth. The narrow passage gives way to warmth again. Voices murmur near the fire. Someone breaks a bone for marrow. Someone folds a hide. Someone adds wood. The ordinary and the mysterious sit only a few steps apart, as they often do in the ancient world. Food, sleep, craft, smoke, pigment, image, memory, and fear all share the same roof of stone. You understand now that the cave is not a symbol of backwardness. It is an archive of human presence before architecture, before temples, before written prayers, before history could explain itself. It preserved both survival and imagination. It held the scrape of tools and the silence of handprints. It sheltered bodies and perhaps carried beliefs. As the fire burns lower, the walls seem to lean closer. The cold, deep passages wait behind the warm chamber, patient and unreadable. You sit near the embers and listen to water dripping somewhere beyond the light. The cave has shown you something simple and unsettling. Before civilization rose above the earth, humanity had already begun speaking to the dark below it. You leave the warm cave chamber behind and follow the line where firelight begins to fail. At first, the darkness ahead looks empty, but as your eyes adjust, you see that it is not empty at all. The cave continues in a low passage, almost hidden behind a curve of stone. The ceiling presses down. The floor dips unevenly. Moisture gathers on the walls and slides slowly toward the ground. You hold the torch lower and watch the flame bend in a faint underground breath. This is where shelter becomes something more deliberate. The first chamber welcomed bodies. It held fire, tools, food, and sleep. But this narrower space does not invite ordinary living. It asks for effort. You must stoop. You must slow down. You must place each foot carefully. The sound of your movement changes, becoming closer, more private, as if the cave has drawn your steps into its own throat. Archaeological evidence from many prehistoric caves suggests that people did not only remain near daylight. In certain places, they entered deep chambers, crawled through confined spaces, crossed uneven floors, and carried light into areas where no practical comfort waited. The reasons remain difficult to untangle. Some passages may have led to water, minerals, safe storage, or protected corners. Others seem to have mattered because they were hidden, difficult, and unlike the surface world. You move deeper. The rock is cold against your shoulder. Your fingers brush a wall polished by dampness, and you imagine other hands touching the same stone, not once, but across generations. Perhaps the surface became smooth naturally through water and mineral flow. Perhaps human movement added its own faint wear. In archaeology, the smallest traces can become uncertain. A shallow hollow may be natural. A smoothed edge may be accidental. A narrow path may be chosen by bodies repeatedly passing through dark. The surviving evidence often invites careful restraint. It is tempting to see intention everywhere underground, because the setting itself feels meaningful. Yet caves are formed by water, pressure, collapse, mineral growth, and time. Nature makes corridors that look designed. Stones fall into patterns. Water cuts channels. Shadows suggest doors where none exist. The mystery is not that everything is human-made. The mystery is that some things may be human-touched, and knowing the difference can be difficult. You reach a place where the passage divides. One route lowers into a crawl space. The other slopes upward toward a chamber so small it might hold only a few people at once. The air feels still. Your torch crackles softly. You notice tiny fragments on the floor, chips of stone, perhaps broken naturally, perhaps left by work. In a hidden underground place, even a small scatter of debris becomes a question. Who came here? Why here? Why not stay closer to the entrance where breathing was easier and escape was simple? Some experts have suggested that difficult cave interiors may have served as special zones, separate from ordinary domestic life. Others argue that practical uses should not be underestimated. A cool chamber could preserve materials. A concealed passage could offer refuge. A narrow entrance could control movement. A darker space could protect objects from weather, animals, or rivals. In the ancient world, a place did not have to be only sacred or only practical. It could be both, depending on moment and need. You choose the upward route. The floor is slick, the torchlight trembles across wet stone, revealing small ridges like frozen waves. The chamber ahead opens suddenly, not grandly, but quietly. You step into it and feel the sound change. Every breath returns to you as a faint echo. The walls curve close, enclosing the flame in a small amber circle. The roof is blackened in one patch, as if fire or lamp smoke once touched it. Near the wall, a shallow depression rests in the floor. It is not dramatic. It is barely visible. But the longer you look, the more it draws attention. It might be a natural hollow. It might have collected water. It might have held a lamp. It might have been shaped slightly by repeated use. Ancient underground spaces often present this kind of quiet puzzle. The most compelling details are not always huge sealed stone doors or vast hidden halls. Sometimes they are small changes in the floor, marks near an entrance, or traces of activity where activity seems unexpected. You lower the torch and imagine a prehistoric lamp placed there. Animal fat, a twisted fibre wick, a small stone cup, a fragile light glowing where no daylight could enter. Such lamps are known from Paleolithic contexts, and their existence changes how you picture the deep cave. People were not stumbling blindly. They understood portable light. They managed fuel. They planned movement. To enter the dark, they carried a small controlled sun in their hands. The thought makes the chamber feel less abandoned and more intentional. A person kneels. A flame rests in a hollow. The stone wall brightens. Perhaps pigment is prepared. Perhaps an object is placed. Perhaps someone simply waits in silence, listening to water somewhere deeper. The human imagination does not require a large room. Sometimes it needs only darkness, flame, and enclosure. What remains uncertain is how many such places existed outside the famous decorated caves. Some deep chambers leave spectacular art. Others leave only soot, footprints, broken tools, bones, or nothing recognizable at all. Absence is not always proof of meaninglessness. A ceremony can leave no durable object. A story can vanish entirely. A whispered teaching can disappear the moment the listener dies. Archaeology is powerful, but it is not a perfect net. Much slips through. You step toward the chamber wall. The stone has a natural ledge at chest height. On it rests a scattering of imagined objects, a blade, a bone point, a pebble with unusual colour, a lump of ochre. Whether such arrangements were common is uncertain, but prehistoric people certainly collected, shaped, carried, and sometimes placed objects with care. The challenge is interpretation. Was an object stored, lost, offered, hidden, cached, discarded, or remembered? In later ancient Britain and across Europe, hidden deposits would become familiar in many forms. Hoards of metalwork buried in wetlands, offerings placed in rivers, objects deposited in pits, shafts, graves, and boundary places. It would be misleading to project later beliefs too confidently into the deep Paleolithic. Yet the human impulse to place valuable or meaningful things in special locations may be very old. The ground has always been more than ground. You hear a drop of water fall behind you, then another. The rhythm feels almost deliberate. The chamber holds sound differently from the outer cave, amplifying small noises until they seem to belong to someone unseen. It is easy to understand why underground places across many cultures became linked with spirits, ancestors, death, rebirth, hidden power, or danger. But even before formal mythologies, the physical experience alone would have been powerful. Cold air, low ceilings, echoes, darkness, breath, light. You return to the fork and look down into the crawl space. It is tighter than the passage you have already crossed. To enter, you would have to lower yourself almost to the floor. The torch smoke might sting your eyes. Your knees would press against damp stone. Why would anyone go there? That question is one of the quiet engines of prehistoric archaeology. Again and again, People did things that were not strictly necessary for immediate survival, but clearly mattered enough to attempt. You crawl a short distance in imagination. The stone closes around you. The outside world disappears. No forest, no river, no sky. Only the scrape of breath and the wavering flame. Then the crawl space widens into another small pocket of darkness. On the far wall, perhaps there is a mark, perhaps only a mineral stain. The uncertainty feels almost as important as the discovery. In places like this, the border between evidence and longing must be handled with care. You withdraw slowly, returning toward the larger cave and the distant warmth of the hearth. As the passage opens, voices reappear, firelight grows, smoke softens the air. The ordinary world returns, but it no longer feels simple. Just behind it, hidden chambers wait in silence. The cave is not one space. It is a layered world, with public warmth near the entrance and private darkness deeper inside. Before civilization built temples, cellars, mines, crypts, and underground chambers, prehistoric humans had already learned that the earth contained rooms. Some could shelter the body, some could store memory, some could transform the mind simply by being entered. You look back once before leaving the passage. The darkness does not explain itself. It only holds the shape of those who chose to go in. You stand before the cave wall as the torch trembles in your hand, and the stone seems to gather the light rather than reflect it. The chamber is quiet enough that you can hear your own breathing return from the curved roof. Water beads on the surface in tiny shining points. Red, black, and brown marks appear slowly as your eyes adjust, not as clear messages, but as traces of a mind reaching through darkness. At first, you see only a scatter of lines, scratches, dots, finger marks, faint patches of pigment half dissolved by mineral flow. Then the wall begins to organize itself. A line follows the back of an animal. A curve suggests a horn. A cluster of marks seems too deliberate to be accident, but too simple to explain. You move closer, and the oldest question in archaeology rises again, soft but persistent. What were they trying to say? The surviving traces suggest that prehistoric people did not enter cave interiors only to hide from weather. They marked them, they returned to them, they worked with pigment, engraving tools, lamps, and the natural shapes of stone. In some places, the art is magnificent and recognizable. In others, it is almost private, a language of dots, lines, hand shapes, and symbols whose grammar is lost. The difficulty is not seeing that meaning existed. The difficulty is knowing what kind. You lift the torch toward a cluster of red marks. They are simple, almost modest, but their placement feels careful. They sit near a natural crack in the wall, as if the crack mattered. Perhaps the stone feature came first, drawing attention before the pigment was added. Perhaps people saw openings, animal forms, water lines, or spirit pathways in the rock. Or perhaps modern imagination is too eager, seeing mystery where ancient practicality once lived. That caution matters. Archaeology is a discipline of patience. A mark can be made by a tool, a claw, a falling stone, a root, a mineral stain, or a human finger. Even when human origin is clear, purpose can remain uncertain. A line may be art. It may be counting. It may be practice. It may be a child's gesture. It may be part of a story now vanished. No single explanation can safely cover every cave, every sign, every century. You step along the wall and your shadow crosses the marks. For a moment, the painted surface disappears beneath your own movement, then returns. This is part of the experience ancient people would have known. Cave art is not fixed like a museum image under steady light. It changes with flame, Animals seem to move. Lines appear and vanish. A hollow in the stone becomes an eye only when light comes from one side. Darkness participates in the image. Modern analysis has shown that some prehistoric artists used the natural relief of cave walls to strengthen the shapes they made. A swelling of stone could become the body of a bison. A crack could become the edge of a leg. A shadow could deepen the sense of movement. This does not prove a single religious meaning, but it does show attention. The wall was not blank, it was chosen, studied, and answered. You notice a hand stencil near a lower part of the chamber. Its fingers are spread. The outline is uneven where pigment was blown or sprayed around the skin. The person who made it had to place their hand on cold stone, hold still, and let colour surround the body's edge. When the hand pulled away, absence became presence. The palm was gone, but its shape remained. There is something almost unsettling in that reversal. The mark is a record of contact, but also of disappearance. You see the space where a person was not the person. A body touched the ancient world and withdrew into time. This may be why handprints feel so immediate across tens of thousands of years. They do not require translation. They say only, someone was here, and that is enough to make the chamber feel inhabited. Researchers have not fully agreed on whether hand stencils should be read as signatures, ritual acts, group identities, stages of life, teaching marks, or something else entirely. In some caves, studies have even tried to estimate age or sex from hand proportions, though such interpretations remain debated and must be handled carefully. The hand is intimate, but it is not a diary. It brings you close to a person without giving you their name. Farther along you see a different kind of mark, rows of dots, short repeated strokes, angular signs. They do not resemble animals, yet they appear in places where animals are painted nearby. Some researchers have proposed that recurring geometric signs across Ice Age cave art may represent structured symbolic traditions. Others remain cautious, because repeated forms do not automatically equal writing or universal meaning. The evidence invites wonder, but it also resists exaggeration. You pause before the dots. They look almost like a rhythm. Not words, perhaps, but something counted, remembered, marked, or performed. You imagine a finger dipped in pigment, touching stone once, then again, a quiet sequence in darkness. Was it linked to animals, seasons, hunting, initiation, dreams, or stories told by firelight before entering the cave? The wall does not answer. It only keeps the pattern. The cave grows colder as you move away from the torch's strongest heat. The air smells mineral, wet, faintly metallic. Your foot brushes a small stone, and the sound travels farther than expected. The chamber seems designed to make you aware of your body. Every breath, scrape, and drip becomes part of the place. If ancient people came here for ceremony, the cave itself would have shaped the ceremony. If they came for teaching, it would have made the lesson unforgettable. You turn and see an animal figure partially hidden behind a curve in the wall. From one angle, it appears incomplete. From another, the missing parts seem supplied by stone shadows. The head is clearer than the body. The legs are faint. The back line is strong. It might be a horse, or perhaps your mind makes it one because you expect animals in caves. Even recognition can be uncertain underground. One careful interpretation is that these images helped prehistoric people think with animals, not merely about animals. Animals were food, danger, companions in the landscape, seasonal signals, and perhaps beings with their own power. A painted animal in a cave may not have been decoration in the modern sense. It may have belonged to a relationship between humans, prey, memory, and the unseen. But the exact nature of that relationship remains beyond direct proof. You sit for a moment on a dry stone ledge. The torch flame lowers, then steadies. In the shifting light, the marks become less like objects and more like events that never fully ended. Each one was made by movement. A hand pressing, a finger dragging, a tool scratching, pigment blown through breath, fire carried inward, people watching, silence gathering. This is where the ancient world becomes most difficult to simplify. Prehistoric humans were practical because they had to be. They knew hunger, cold, injury, and danger. Yet here, in hidden chambers and wet stone corridors, they also made signs that did not cut meat or build shelter. These marks belong to another human need, the need to place thought outside the body, to leave memory where others might find it, to meet the dark with form. You rise and begin walking back. The handprint remains behind you, fading as the torch moves away. The dots disappear next, then the animal. Then the wall becomes stone again. But you know now that the cave is not mute. It speaks in a language damaged by time, and you are listening from too far away. At the edge of the chamber, you look back once more. The marks do not explain the lost human world before civilization. They make it harder to forget. You leave the painted chamber behind and return to the open air, but the feeling of being underground does not fully leave you. The forest outside is pale with morning mist. Water drips from branches. Smoke from the cave entrance curls low before dissolving into the grey light. Yet as you step across the damp ground, you begin to notice that the world beneath your feet may be just as important as the world above your head. The earth is not flat and silent here. It is pitted, cut, softened, raised, and hollowed by time. Some depressions are made by roots, some by animals, some by frost, rain, and collapsed soil, but others may have been made by human hands. A shallow pit near a camp, a storage hollow lined with grass, a hearth dug into the ground, a post hole from a shelter that has long vanished, a grave, a shaft, a place where people opened the surface and gave the earth a purpose. You walk slowly across a clearing where ancient activity might have once gathered. It does not look like much now. A slight change in soil colour, a dark patch where fire burned, a scatter of flint, a hollow that fills with rain. To the untrained eye, it would seem natural, almost meaningless. But excavation has shown again and again that ordinary ground can hide extraordinary human patterns. Beneath a field, a modern road, or a quiet hillside, archaeologists may find the ghost of an entire human routine. The archaeological record gives us clues, not certainty. Pits can be storage places, rubbish dumps, ritual deposits, cooking features, extraction holes, or accidental hollows later filled with debris. Their meaning depends on shape, contents, location, and comparison with other sites. Even then, interpretation can remain open. A pit full of broken tools might be waste. A pit full of carefully placed objects might suggest intention. But ancient intention is rarely simple enough to label with confidence. You kneel beside one of these imagined hollows. The soil inside is darker than the ground around it. Tiny charcoal fragments cling to the damp earth. Perhaps food was cooked here. Perhaps warmth was held here. Perhaps a fire burned once and was covered deliberately. The smell is rich and mineral, wet ash mixed with old leaves. You press your fingers lightly into the soil and feel how easily a human act can disappear into the natural world. Above ground, prehistoric life may have been built from materials that vanished quickly. Wood posts, woven branches, bark coverings, hides stretched against wind, grass bedding, fibre cords, baskets, nets, traps. These things could organise a living space as surely as stone walls, but most of them decay unless conditions are unusual. What survives is often the negative shape of life, the hole where a post once stood, the stain where something burned, the slight trench where a structure rested. This is one of the quiet wonders of archaeology. Sometimes absence becomes evidence. You cannot see the shelter, but you can see where its supports entered the ground. You cannot see the woven wall, but you can see the line of stake holes. You cannot hear the voices, but you can trace the circle where people once sat near heat. The earth holds silhouettes of vanished worlds. You rise and move toward a low slope. Here, the ground changes again. A series of shallow cuts runs across the hillside, partly hidden by grass. They might be natural erosion, or they might mark where people once dug for stone, clay, chalk, flint, or minerals. Long before large ancient mines and Roman engineering, humans understood that useful materials came from beneath the surface. The earth was not merely walked upon, it was entered, opened, and searched. Material traces point toward a very old relationship between human communities and underground resources. Flint nodules, ochre deposits, clay beds, salt, stones suitable for axes, and later metal ores drew people to particular landscapes. A place might become important not because it was easy to live in, but because the ground itself offered something valuable. To extract it required labour, knowledge, and sometimes descent into confined spaces that must have felt very different from the open forest. You imagine a group working at the slope. One person loosens chalky soil with an antler pick, another clears loose material by hand. Someone watches the edge for collapse. The work is slow and dusty. The air tastes dry. White powder clings to skin and hair. Nearby, rough pieces of stone are tested, rejected, or carried away. This is not a city, it is not an empire, yet it is organized work centered on the hidden wealth of the ground. Some interpretations lean towards seeing early extraction sites as purely practical, places where good stone was obtained because good stone was needed. Other researchers remain cautious about reducing them to simple workshops, when people repeatedly return to the same source, travel to reach it, and carried its products across distance. The material may have gained social meaning. A polished axe made from a particular stone might say something about skill, exchange, ancestry, or belonging. You continue along the slope until the land dips into a natural hollow. The air is cooler here. Ferns grow thick along the edges. Water gathers in a dark pool at the bottom. Hollows like this would have mattered in many ways. They could collect water, hide animals, shelter plants, or create places that felt separated from ordinary ground. Later cultures would often treat wells, springs, caves, and pits as thresholds. But the roots of that feeling may reach far back into prehistory. One unresolved question is how early people understood the act of placing things into the earth. Across many prehistoric periods, archaeologists have found objects deposited in pits, wetlands, rivers, graves, and shafts. Some deposits look accidental or domestic. Others appear careful, even formal. Broken objects, animal bones, human remains, tools, pigments, stones, and food traces can all appear in ways that invite questions. Was the earth receiving waste, memory, offerings, or the dead? You step around the pool and notice how the surface reflects the trees above. The underworld and upper world meet in a trembling image. It is easy, perhaps too easy, to imagine symbolic meaning here. Still, water-filled hollows have a presence that dry ground does not. They conceal depth. They preserve some things and destroy others. They invite approach and caution at the same time. The ancient mind did not need modern philosophy to feel that difference. The older explanation that prehistoric humans only reacted to immediate needs now looks too simple. They dug, shaped, returned, selected, buried, stored, extracted, and marked. They made the ground part of life. Some underground acts kept food safe. Some created heat. Some found raw material. Some received the dead. Some may have carried meanings we cannot fully recover. The surface of the world was never just surface. As you walk back toward the trees, the morning fog begins to lift. Sunlight touches the uneven ground, revealing subtle rises and dips that were invisible in darkness. Every small contour now seems capable of hiding a story, a buried hearth, a lost shelter, a forgotten tunnel, an ancient pit sealed beneath roots, a storage hollow filled and forgotten, a place where someone placed an object with care, then walked away forever. This is how the descent deepens, not only through caves but through attention. You begin to see that human history is layered into the soil itself. The world beneath footsteps is full of quiet architecture, not always made of walls, but of cuts, holes, stains, deposits, and absences. You pause at the edge of the clearing and look down. The earth seems still, but beneath that stillness, it has been remembering human hands for a very long time. You climb from the hollow ground into a landscape that will one day be called Britain, though no one walking here knows that name. The air's cool and damp. Fog drifts across low hills, thinning and gathering as the morning wind moves through bracken and grass. Beneath your feet, the soil holds older footsteps than any kingdom, older than Roman Britain, older than medieval ruins, older than the stone churches that will later rise above forgotten graves. This is Britain before Britain, not empty land waiting for history, but a living patchwork of communities, paths, sacred places, farms, forests, wetlands, and hilltops watched across generations. You stand on a ridge and see the world arranged in soft distances. A river shining through mist, dark woodland in the valley, smoke rising from a settlement, a line of higher ground where people may have walked for centuries, following memory before maps. By the later prehistoric period, farming had changed much of the island. People grew crops, kept animals, cleared woodland, built houses, raised monuments, dug ditches, made pottery, exchanged goods, and buried their dead in ways that varied across time and region. But none of this happened evenly or simply. The shift from hunting and gathering to farming was not a single moment when one world ended and another began. It was a long, uneven transformation, full of adaptation, loss, experiment, and contact. The evidence is persuasive, but never complete. Archaeologists can identify cereal pollen, animal bones, field systems, house plans, pottery fragments, and burial customs. They can trace shifts in diet and movement through chemical analysis of bones. They can compare ancient DNA with earlier populations. But what it felt like to live through those changes remains partly hidden. Did people experience farming as security, burden, status, necessity, or disruption? The ground gives clues, not a confession. Not a You descend toward a settlement where roundhouses stand within a landscape of fields and tracks. The walls are made from timber posts, woven panels, clay, thatch, and labour. Smoke slips through roof openings and drifts into the grey air. Near one house, someone grinds grain on a stone. Near another, children watch animals behind a fence. A dog lifts its head as you pass. The place feels domestic but not simple. Every object has work behind it. Every meal depends on seasons behaving well. Inside one of the roundhouses, light enters softly through the doorway. The air smells of smoke, grain, wool, damp earth, and animal fat. A hearth burns at the centre. Tools hang or rest within reach. Pottery vessels sit along the wall. Sleeping places line the darker edge of the room. The roof above is shadowed with soot. The house is circular, not because people lacked imagination, but because this form worked with available materials and social habits. It gathered life around heat. You notice how different this feels from the cave, and yet how similar. Fire remains the centre. Darkness gathers at the edges. Stories likely move with smoke. The house is built, not found, but it still creates a human circle inside a dangerous world. Outside, rain can ruin crops, illness can pass through families, animals can stray, and hostile groups may approach across open ground. The ancient world is quieter than modern life, but it is never free from uncertainty. One unresolved question is how much continuity connected the older prehistoric world to the later communities of ancient Britain. People changed, languages changed, technologies changed, and migration shaped the island in complex ways. Yet certain habits may have endured in altered forms: attention to water, hills, boundaries, ancestors, burial places, and the power of the earth itself. Some interpretations see deep continuity. Others warn that similar practices across time may hide very different meanings. You leave the house and follow a track toward higher land. The path is muddy, worn by feet, hooves, sledges, and seasonal use. Hedgelines in the modern sense do not yet define the world everywhere, but boundaries exist. Ditches, banks, rivers, ridges, trees, and memory organize space. Land is not just property, it is inheritance, work, identity, and obligation. A field is a promise made to the next harvest. A herd is wealth walking on fragile legs. As you climb, the settlement falls behind you. Ahead, a hill fort rises through the mist. Its banks and ditches curve around the summit, not as a single wall of empire, but as earth reshaped by many hands. Hill forts are among the most visually powerful remains of later prehistoric Britain, and they can look like fortresses even when empty. Their entrances turn and narrow, their ramparts catch the eye. Their positions command views of valleys, routes, and neighbouring hills. Yet their purpose remains more complicated than the word fortress suggests. Many hill forts could have served defensive roles, but they may also have been centres of gathering, storage, display, trade, ritual, status, or seasonal activity. Some were densely occupied, others were not. Some changed over centuries. The safer reading is that hill forts were not all one thing. They were places where power, protection, identity, and performance could meet on high ground. You approach the entrance and feel the scale of labour beneath your feet. Earth had to be cut, carried, piled, shaped, and maintained. Timber may have strengthened gates and ramparts. People working together changed the hill into a statement visible from far away. Even before stone castles, even before Roman forts, communities were shaping the land into signs of belonging and authority. The earth itself became architecture. From the top, the view is wide and quiet. The wind moves over grass. Below, smoke threads from settlements. Farther off, woodland darkens in folds of land. A river bends like dull metal under the clouded sky. You can imagine signals moving across such a landscape: smoke, fire, messengers, rumour, warning, invitation. Ancient Britain was not isolated silence. It was a world of relationships, rivalries, marriages, exchange, and memory carried between places. The older explanation of tribal Britain as a simple patchwork of warlike groups now feels too flat. Conflict existed, certainly. Weapons, defended sites, trauma on bones, and later Roman accounts all suggest violence was part of the world. But daily life was also farming, weaving, feasting, herding, pottery making, metalworking, childcare, storytelling, negotiation, and exchange. A society cannot be understood only through its weapons. You descend from the hill fort toward a wetland at the edge of the valley. The air changes as you near it. The ground becomes soft. Reeds move in the wind. Water shines between dark clumps of grass. Wetlands in ancient Britain were practical places, rich in fish, birds, reeds, and grazing at certain times. They were also dangerous, difficult, and strangely preserving. Wood, textiles, bodies, and objects can survive in wet conditions where dry soil would destroy them. Material traces from bogs and watery places have opened some of the most haunting windows into prehistoric life. Wooden trackways across marshes show engineering and movement through unstable ground. Metal objects placed in rivers and wetlands suggest forms of deposition that may not have been accidental. Human remains preserved in bogs raise difficult questions about violence, punishment, sacrifice, status, and memory. The evidence opens possibilities without making every case certain. You stand beside the water and watch the mist gather again. The wetland reflects sky and reeds, but conceals depth beneath its surface. It is easy to feel why people might approach such places with care. They were neither solid land nor open water. They shifted underfoot. They gave resources and took bodies. They preserved what should have vanished, in a world where the earth, water, and ancestors were closely entangled. Such places may have felt alive with more than usefulness. As evening approaches, you return toward the settlement. The roundhouses glow faintly from hearthlight. Dogs bark once, then settle. Someone carries a bundle of wood. Someone closes a gate. Someone stands outside looking toward the hill as clouds lower over it. You sense a society rooted in practical labour, but surrounded by meanings that later history only partly captured. Before Rome arrived with roads, towns, writing tablets, forts, taxes, and stone buildings, ancient Britain already had its own complexity. Not a lost civilization of marble and inscriptions, but a deeply human world of timber, earth, fire, fields, cattle, hilltops, wetlands, ancestors, and unseen boundaries. Much of it has vanished because it was built from wood, memory, and spoken tradition. Yet beneath the grass, the shapes remain. You look back across the valley as darkness settles. Britain before Britain is not gone. It is buried just below the names that came later. You leave the settlement at first light and follow a path of trampled grass toward a place where stone rises from the earth. The morning is pale, almost silver. Mist lies in the low fields, and the hills beyond it seem to float without weight. Birds move in the hedgeless distance. Smoke from roundhouses fades behind you. Ahead, the land grows quieter, as if people speak less when approaching certain places. At first, the stones appear only as dark shapes in fog. Then, as you come closer, they become massive, upright slabs, leaning pillars, weathered surfaces rough with lichen. Some stand alone, others form a circle, an avenue, a chamber, or a line whose purpose is not immediately clear. The stones do not explain themselves. They simply occupy the landscape with a patience that feels almost alive. This is the strange power of stone in the prehistoric world. Wood rots, hides decay, voices disappear, but stone remains, even when its meaning falls away. Across ancient Britain, Ireland, and parts of Europe, people raised megaliths, built chambered tombs, shaped stone circles, moved enormous blocks, and arranged landscapes in ways that still draw visitors, archaeologists, and dreamers. The monuments are real. The labour was real. The unanswered questions are also real. You step between two standing stones and feel how the air changes. It is not magic. It is scale, silence, and placement. The stones interrupt the horizon. They make your body aware of direction. A person walking through them cannot help but notice alignment, shadow, sky, and distance. The ground beneath your feet may have been walked by generations, some arriving for burial, some for ceremony, some for gathering, some perhaps for reasons no modern category can hold. Excavation evidence often shows that megalithic monuments were not isolated objects. They belonged to wider landscapes of paths, ditches, banks, pits, burials, settlements, timber structures, and later modifications. A stone circle might be only one visible part of a much larger sacred or social geography. What you see above ground may be the final surviving bone of a body that once included many vanished materials. You approach a fallen stone and touch its cold surface. It is rough, damp, and dark in the crevices. Moving such stones required planning and cooperation. People had to identify the stone, detach it, transport it, lift it, stabilize it, and return to it. Even when the distances were short, the labor was significant. When stones came from farther away, the task becomes more astonishing. The monument is not only stone, it is organized human effort made visible. The older idea that prehistoric communities were too simple for complex engineering has long been abandoned. The question now is not whether they could build such monuments, but how they chose to organize the work and why it mattered enough to sustain. Food had to be provided, labor had to be coordinated, knowledge of materials had to be shared. The project may have tied communities together as much as the finished monument did. You walk toward a chambered tomb partly covered by earth. Its entrance is low, framed by large stones. Grass grows over the mound above it, softening the structure into the hill until architecture and landscape become almost indistinguishable. To enter, you must bend your head. The air inside is colder. The light dims quickly. The stones form walls, roof, threshold, and memory. Inside, the passage is narrow. Your footsteps sound dull on the packed floor. At the far end, a small chamber opens where human remains may once have rested. In many Neolithic tombs, bones were not always treated as single, complete individuals in the modern cemetery sense. Bodies could be moved, rearranged, mixed, or revisited. Ancestors may have remained socially present long after death. Though the exact beliefs behind these practices are impossible to recover fully, this is where the monument becomes more than a grave. It is an underground chamber built for the dead, but entered by the living. It places human remains inside the earth, behind stone, under a mound, in darkness that can be approached and left. The tomb is both hidden and visible. From outside, it marks the land. From inside, it turns the land into an interior. You stand there and feel the quiet intelligence of that design. Some readings emphasize ancestor veneration, suggesting these tombs helped communities connect identity, land, and the dead. Other interpretations focus on social power, territorial claims, seasonal ceremonies, or changing relationships between the living and the buried. The archaeological record supports several possibilities, but rarely allows one final answer. A tomb could hold ancestors, memory, politics, grief, and cosmology together without separating them. You emerge again into the morning. The fog has lifted slightly, and sunlight touches the tops of the stones. Their shadows fall across the grass like dark fingers. Around you, the landscape appears carefully chosen. Perhaps the view mattered. Perhaps the sky mattered. Perhaps the approach mattered more than the destination. Many monuments seem aligned with solar or lunar events, though not every alignment is intentional, and not every intention is astronomical. At Stonehenge, Newgrange, Maeshowe, and other famous places, Relationships between architecture and the movements of sun or moon have become central to modern interpretation. But even at less famous sites, light and direction may have shaped experience. A beam of winter sunlight entering a passage, a sunrise framed by stones, a shadow falling across a chamber. Such effects could turn time itself into something visible. You stand where a path may once have led toward the monument. Procession is one possibility. People may have approached in groups, carrying food, tools, offerings, bones, stories, or the weight of memory. The journey through the landscape could have been as important as the standing stones. A monument seen from far away invites movement before it invites explanation. Near one stone, you notice small depressions in the ground, perhaps pits once held posts, offerings, or earlier markers. Perhaps they are later disturbances. The evidence is suggestive rather than complete. Prehistoric monuments often grew through phases. A timber circle might precede a stone one, a burial might be added later, a ditch might be recut. A site could be remembered, altered, abandoned, and returned to over centuries. This slow layering makes the ancient world feel stranger. These places were not built once, used once, and frozen in time. They changed as communities changed. Meanings may have shifted. A monument built for one purpose might be inherited by people who understood it differently. Later generations may have encountered old stones already ancient to them. They may have repaired them, feared them, ignored them, reused them, or woven new stories around them. You look across the field and imagine night falling here. Torches move between stones. Voices are low. The air smells of damp grass, smoke, wool, and earth. Somewhere a drum may sound, or perhaps only footsteps. A child looks up at the great stones and sees them not as archaeology, but as part of the living world. An elder remembers who lies beneath the mound. A traveller from another valley recognizes the place from stories before seeing it. The power of stone lies partly in its refusal to vanish. It outlives memory and then invites new memory to gather around it. That is why ancient ruins can feel both factual and dreamlike. They are evidence, but also absence. They prove that something happened while hiding what it meant. As you leave the circle, the stones recede into mist again. Behind you, they become shapes without voices. Ahead, the path leads onward, across wet grass and low hills, toward places where roads have not yet been built and empires have not yet arrived. But the land is already marked, before written history, before Roman Britain, before buried cities and medieval churches. People were raising stone against time itself. You leave the standing stones behind and follow a pale track across the open hills. There is no road here in the Roman sense. No straight line cut with military confidence. No paving stones. No milestones. No written distance. Only a worn way through grass and chalk, shaped by feet, hooves, weather, and memory. The path dips, rises, bends around wet ground, and follows the easiest line between places people needed to reach. The morning is quiet. Mist hangs in the folds of the land, and the wind moves over the grass with a soft brushing sound. Behind you, the stones have become shadows in the distance. Ahead, the track disappears over a ridge. You walk with the feeling that many others have moved this way before you, though almost none of them left names. A route can be ancient without looking dramatic. Sometimes the deepest history is only a depression in the earth. Before empires built formal highways, people still travelled. They moved between camps, farms, river crossings, burial places, markets, mines, seasonal gatherings, and sacred landscapes. Ancient Britain and prehistoric Europe were crossed by paths long before they were mapped. Some followed ridgelines because high ground stayed drier and offered views. Others followed rivers. Some wound between settlements. Some may have connected monuments whose meanings were already old. The clearest evidence suggests that movement was central to prehistoric life, but the exact shape of many early routes is hard to recover. Later roads often reused earlier ways. Medieval lanes may have followed prehistoric tracks. Modern roads can cover routes whose origins were never recorded. A path used for centuries can become so ordinary that no one thinks to preserve its beginning. The ground remembers use, but not always its first walker. You reach the ridge and look down into a valley. A river curves through it, dull silver beneath the clouded sky. On the far side, smoke rises from scattered houses. Beyond them, a darker line of woodland marks the edge of another territory, or perhaps simply another kind of land. To travel across this world is to move through relationships. You're never only crossing distance, you're crossing memory, obligation, danger, hospitality, and uncertainty. A traveller in this age would carry more than goods. They might carry news of illness, weather, marriage, conflict, animals, harvest, strangers, or distant ceremonies. They might know which household would offer shelter, which ford was safe after rain, which hill was watched by unfriendly eyes, and which wetland should be avoided at dusk. The landscape was a network, but not one written in signs. It lived in people. You descend toward the river. The path becomes muddier near the lower ground. Reeds sway along the bank. The crossing is shallow, with stones visible beneath the moving water. You pause and listen. Water over rock, wind in rushes, a bird lifting suddenly from the far bank. A crossing like this could be useful for generations. It could also be dangerous after storms. Every route had seasons of safety and seasons of risk. One possibility is that certain crossings became socially important because movement gathered there again and again. People met where paths narrowed. Goods changed hands where rivers could be crossed. Stories spread where travellers rested. A place that began as practical could become remembered, then marked, then perhaps surrounded by custom. Another reading remains possible, of course. Many crossings may have remained only crossings. Not every useful place became sacred or political. You step into the water. Cold rises around your ankles. The stones are slick, and you move slowly. On the far bank, the path climbs through grass toward a line of trees. You imagine a person carrying a bundle of worked flint, salt, hides, amber beads, or a polished stone axe. Such objects could travel far from their sources. Their movement tells us that prehistoric communities were not sealed worlds. They were connected by exchange, migration, marriage, gift-giving, and perhaps pilgrimage. Material from distant places is one of the quiet proofs that the ancient world was wider than any single settlement. A stone axe made from a particular mountain source could appear far away. Shells from the coast could reach inland communities. Metals would later move along even broader networks. But the record gives hints, not certainty. We can often track the object better than the person who carried it. You enter the trees and the air cools. The path narrows. Roots cross the ground like dark cords. Leaves drip onto your shoulders. This is where travel becomes less scenic and more bodily. You feel the weight of distance in your legs. You become aware of hunger, wet clothing, changing light, and the need to reach shelter before night. Modern travel often hides discomfort behind engines and glass. Ancient travel placed the body directly inside the landscape. A journey could take days, weeks, or longer. It might involve sleeping under trees, in temporary shelters, at friendly houses, or near fires built in the open. Travellers had to carry what mattered without carrying too much: tools, food, skins, ornaments, containers, fire-making equipment, and perhaps objects meant for exchange. Every item had weight. Every choice had consequence. Specialists remain cautious when reconstructing prehistoric trade, because exchange does not always mean commerce in the modern sense. Objects may have moved through chains of gift, marriage, alliance, ritual obligation, or casual contact. A beautiful object found far from home does not automatically mean a merchant carried it. It may have passed through many hands, gathering stories as it moved. The road is not only a route for goods, it is a route for meaning. You come to a small clearing where a fire once might have burned. There is no visible hearth now, only a flat place protected from wind. You sit for a moment and imagine travellers resting here. One repairs a strap, another checks a blade. Someone drinks from a skin bag. Someone watches the trees for movement. Conversation is low. They may speak of the path ahead, the people beyond the ridge, the weather, the animals, or the old stones they passed that morning. This detail leaves a quiet problem. If so much human connection moved through speech, how much history vanished the moment voices stopped ancient roads without writing, carried oral maps? They carried warnings and invitations. They carried songs, genealogies, origin stories, agreements, insults, jokes, and memories of the dead. None of this leaves a clear line in the soil. The route survives more easily than the words spoken upon it. You rise and continue through the woodland. The path climbs again, and the trees thin. Near the top, wind opens around you. A long ridge stretches ahead, pale under the sky. This kind of high route would have offered visibility and dry footing. In ancient Britain, some later named trackways may preserve memories of old movement corridors, although assigning exact prehistoric dates to such routes can be difficult. Paths are long-lived, but their histories are often layered and blurred. Ahead, you see a distant mound on the horizon. It may be a burial place. It may be a marker. It may simply be a natural rise shaped by light. But as you walk toward it, you understand how landmarks guided ancient travel. A mound, a lone tree, a notch in the hills, a standing stone, a river bend, a cliff face, a bright chalk slope, all could become parts of a mental map. The traveller carried the land inside memory, and memory carried the traveller through land. By late afternoon, clouds thicken. The path becomes darker, you smell rain before it falls. Somewhere below, hidden by slope and trees, there may be a settlement, a shelter, or only open ground. Travel always contains the unknown. Who waits beyond the next ridge as the river flooded? As illness reached the village, a stranger's welcome. The ancient world had no instant messages, no live maps, no distant reassurance. Each journey was an act of trust in memory and in the fragile hospitality of others. And yet people kept moving. They crossed hills, marshes, rivers, forests, and coastlines. They moved not because roads existed, but because life required connection. The world before civilization was not still. It was threaded with footsteps. As evening settles, you reach the mound and look back along the path. In the fading light, the route is almost invisible. Grass covers it. Mist softens it. Soon it will look like ordinary land again, but you have walked it now, and you know that long before empires claimed the world with stone roads, human memory had already made roads of its own. You leave the ancient trackway as dusk lowers over the hills, and the path guides you toward a mound rising from the grass. At first, it looks like a natural swelling of the earth, softened by rain, roots, and time. But as you draw closer, the shape becomes too deliberate. The slope is rounded with care. The entrance faces outward from one side, half hidden by stones and shadow. This is not simply a hill. It is a house for the dead. The air around it feels colder. Wind moves through the grass with a low whisper, bending the stems in slow waves. Somewhere behind you, the old path fades into the evening. Ahead, the mound waits in the half-light, neither fully above ground nor fully below it. It belongs to both worlds at once. You stand before it and understand that burial was never just disposal. It was architecture, memory, grief, belief, and sometimes power pressed into the earth. Across ancient Britain and prehistoric Europe, the dead were treated in many different ways across many thousands of years. Bodies could be buried, burned, placed in chambers, covered by mounds, revisited, moved, arranged, separated, or accompanied by objects. Some graves were simple, others were astonishingly elaborate. The pattern changed by region and period, but one thing remains clear. People gave attention to the dead long before written religion explained what death meant. You step toward the entrance. The stones are damp and cold. Lichen grows along their edges like pale smoke frozen in place. The opening is low, so you bend your head and enter slowly. The outside wind fades behind you. The chamber smells of wet stone, old soil, and enclosed air. Torchlight presses against the walls, revealing rough slabs set upright, supporting a roof that has held darkness for centuries. The archaeological record shows that many burial chambers were not sealed forever after a single event. Some were opened again, bones were moved, new remains were added, objects were placed, removed, broken, or rearranged. This creates a quiet problem for interpretation. A tomb may not represent one funeral, but a long relationship between the living and the dead. What looks like disorder to modern eyes may once have been careful practice. You move deeper into the chamber. The passage narrows before opening into a small space where bones might once have rested. You imagine skulls placed near one wall, long bones gathered elsewhere, smaller fragments mixed with soil. It may feel strange to modern sensibility, but prehistoric treatment of remains often followed rules that were meaningful to the community. Even if those rules no longer survive in language, the dead were not always left untouched. They could remain part of the social world. One possibility is that bones became a way of keeping ancestors present, not as horror, not as spectacle, but as connection, a community that farmed land, raised children, and returned to the same places may have understood the dead as part of the landscape's authority. Another reading is more social and political. Burial monuments may have helped groups claim territory, display continuity, or strengthen identity. The evidence does not force a single answer. It keeps both possibilities alive. You lower the torch. The floor is uneven, packed with earth and small stones. In a corner, you imagine a pot set down beside a body, its surface decorated by fingertips or cord impressions. Nearby, perhaps a flint knife, a bead, a polished stone, a piece of animal bone, a token of food. Grave goods can seem like messages, but they are not easy to translate. Were they possessions, offerings, tools for another world, symbols of status, or gifts from the living? The record gives hints, not certainty. A grave with rich objects may suggest high status, but wealth in death does not always equal power in life. A simple burial may belong to someone loved deeply, but remembered without durable goods. A child buried with care may reveal grief and tenderness, but not the full structure of belief. Every grave is intimate, yet incomplete. It lets you approach a person only through what survived beside them. You pause where the chamber roof lowers. The torch smoke curls against the stone and drifts back toward the entrance. The mound above you presses down softly, not as threat, but as weight. Earth covers the dead and also protects them. It hides them from weather, animals, and ordinary sight. At the same time, the mound makes them visible from outside. This is the paradox of burial architecture. The body is concealed. The memory is raised. Outside, a traveller might see the mound from a ridge and know where they were. The dead became landmarks. A barrow could mark a route, a boundary, a lineage, or a sacred focus. Later, people sometimes reused older mounds for new burials, even centuries after the original builders were gone. That reuse suggests that ancient places could keep power even when their first meanings were forgotten. The old dead continue to shape the living land. You step back into the open air. The sky's dim violet now, and the mound casts a long shadow across the grass. Around it, smaller rises may mark other burials, some barely visible. The landscape is not empty countryside. It is a memory field. Beneath your feet, the dead may lie in patterns no longer obvious from the surface. Time has softened the architecture but not erased it completely. In some periods, cremation became common. Fire transformed the body before burial. You imagine flames at night, smoke rising into cold air, bone turning white and fragile. Mourners gathering quietly at the edge of the light. The remains might then be placed in a pot, a pit, or a mound. Fire changed death into something portable, separable, and altered. It also left archaeologists with different evidence fragments: ash, heat marks, urns, and the traces of ritual care. Interpretations differ because burial practices can express many things at once: grief, fear, respect, social rank, cosmology, kinship, property, seasonal ceremony, the need to let go, the need to keep close. A modern observer often wants one meaning, but ancient acts may have held several meanings together. A grave was not a sentence, it was an event, and perhaps a continuing relationship. You walk among the mounds as night gathers, dew begins to settle on the grass. The air smells of wet soil and distant smoke. A bird moves low across the field and vanishes. The burial landscape is quiet, but not lifeless. It feels watched by memory rather than by eyes. Every mound asks a question: who was placed here, who carried them, who returned, who told their story until the story changed, then thinned, then disappeared. This is one of the deepest losses in ancient history, where the names are gone, the voices are gone, the songs for the dead are gone. What remains is the work of hands stone set upright, earth piled high, pots shaped, bones gathered, objects placed, entrances aligned, chambers sealed and reopened. The dead survive as arrangements, not biographies, yet even that is enough to disturb the idea that civilization invented meaning. Long before written epitaphs, before churchyards, before Roman tombstones, before medieval bells, people were already building places where memory could enter the ground. They were already asking the earth to hold what the living could not keep in their arms forever. You turn back once more toward the largest mound. Its entrance has become a black shape in the fading light. The chamber inside is silent again. The stones hold their cold. The earth settles above them. You continue walking, but more softly now, because beneath these ancient hills, the dead are not gone from the story. They are part of the ground that carries it forward. You leave the burial mounds beneath a pale morning sky and follow the land toward a chalk ridge where the grass grows thin and the wind tastes faintly of dust. From a distance, the hillside seems ordinary. Sheep might one day graze here. Travellers might pass without stopping. Rain might wash over it for centuries without revealing what lies below. But as you come closer, the ground begins to show strange wounds, shallow depressions, collapsed hollows, old shafts softened by time. This is not a cave made by nature. This is where people opened the earth. You stand at the edge of an ancient mine and look down into a dark shaft cut through chalk. The entrance is narrow, almost modest. Yet it leads into a hidden underground world shaped by labour long before machines, written contracts, iron rails, or industrial cities. Here, prehistoric humans descended for stone, not gold, not treasure in the storybook sense. Stone, flint, the hard, glassy material that could become blades, scrapers, arrowheads, axes, and tools sharp enough to shape daily life. The clearest excavated traces from prehistoric flint mines reveal a world of astonishing effort. At places such as Grimes Graves in England, people dug shafts deep into chalk using antler picks, bone tools, stone implements, and their own bodies. They followed seams of good flint underground, cutting galleries through pale rock by the light of lamps or torches. The work was slow, cramped, dusty, and dangerous. Yet people returned to it because the material below mattered. You climb down in imagination, placing your hands against the chalk wall. It is cold and powdery. Dust clings to your skin. The shaft narrows around you. Above, daylight shrinks into a pale circle. Below, the air grows still. Every sound becomes close your breath. The scrape of your foot, a loose stone shifting beneath your weight. The mine is not deep in the way a modern mine can be deep, but it is deep enough to change the mind. The surface world disappears quickly. At the bottom, a low gallery extends into darkness. You bend and enter. The ceiling presses near your back. The torchlight catches rough marks where antler picks once struck chalk again and again. These marks are some of the most intimate evidence of ancient labour. Each groove is a gesture preserved. Each cut records repetition. Not a single dramatic moment, but hours of work in confined air, with dust in the throat and stone under the knees. The older idea that prehistoric people simply picked up useful stones from the surface cannot explain places like this. Surface flint existed, but underground seams could provide better quality material in larger pieces. To reach it, miners needed knowledge of geology, planning, tools, lighting, waste removal, and cooperation. Someone had to know where to dig. Someone had to bring food and light. Someone had to carry blocks upward. Someone had to shape the raw stone afterward. Still, one unresolved question is why some mining places seem to carry an atmosphere beyond practical extraction. In certain shafts, archaeologists have found unusual deposits, carefully placed objects, animal remains, or signs that suggest more than ordinary discard. Not every interpretation agrees. Some deposits may reflect routine activity, others look deliberate. The challenge is deciding where work ends and ritual begins when both may have occupied the same underground space. You pause in a side gallery where the torch flame flickers against white chalk. The walls seem almost luminous. Unlike the dark, wet cave, this space is pale, dry, and close. The ground is scattered with broken chalk and fragments of flint. You imagine miners kneeling in this cramped passage, striking the wall with antler tools, loosening blocks, sorting good stone from waste. Their arms ache, their lungs fill with dust. The sound of impact travels through the gallery like a dull heartbeat. There is something strangely moving about the antler pick. It began as part of an animal, perhaps red deer, then became a tool for opening the earth. Bone, chalk, stone, body, fire, and breath all meet underground. The material world is being transformed through other materials. Nothing here is abstract. Every action requires touch. Every object has texture. Antler against chalk, flint against skin, dust against tongue, firelight against stone. What cannot be recovered fully is the social feeling of this work. Were miner specialists? Did certain families or groups hold knowledge of particular shafts? Did young people learn by watching elders descend? Was mining dangerous enough to carry status? Did the best flint have a reputation that followed it across the landscape? The evidence suggests organisation, but the human relationships around that organisation remain partly hidden. You move farther inward. The gallery narrows until you have to crouch. Your shoulders nearly brush both sides. The torch smoke gathers low. The air smells dry, chalky, and faintly animal from the imagined tools and clothing. In such a place, even a calm darkness has weight. You can understand why underground labour might shape stories. People were not only taking stone from the earth, they were entering a place where the world above no longer behaved normally. Prehistoric mines across Europe show that early communities could invest enormous effort in extracting materials. Flint mines, axe stone quarries, ochre sources, and later metal mines reveal a deep history of humans seeking power beneath the surface. This was a hidden industrial world before civilization, not industrial in the modern factory sense, but in the sense of organized extraction, skilled labor, production, and distribution. You imagine blocks of flint carried upward into daylight. Outside the shaft, workers test and rough out the stone. Some pieces are discarded immediately. Others become preforms, shaped enough for transport. Later, they may be finished into polished axes or sharp blades far from the mine itself. A tool found in one valley may have begun inside a chalk hill many miles away. The underground chamber and the distant hand are connected by movement. Interpretations differ on whether certain high-quality stone tools were valued mainly for function or also for display and exchange. A polished axe could cut wood, but some examples appear so carefully made and widely travelled that usefulness alone may not explain them. Objects can do work and carry meaning at the same time. A blade can cut. It can also show skill, origin, alliance, or memory. You return toward the shaft, and the pale circle of daylight appears above you again. It looks small and impossibly far, though the climb is not truly long. This is the strange psychology of descent. Time changes underground. Distance changes. The surface becomes fragile, like a thought you must hold carefully until you reach it again. At the base of the shaft, you look back into the galleries. They are quiet now. No striking antlers, no murmured voices, no dust rising in torchlight, only still chalk and old tool marks. Yet the silence is full. It holds one of the great hidden truths of the human world before civilization people were already transforming landscapes from within. They were not merely adapting to nature. They were entering it, cutting it, learning its layers, and bringing pieces of the underground into daily life. You climb upwards slowly. Cold air brushes your face as you near the opening. Then daylight returns all at once, soft and grey over the hillside. The mine entrance behind you looks small again, almost harmless. Grass moves around its edge. Birds call in the distance. A person passing nearby might never guess that beneath this quiet slope lies a network of ancient galleries, human effort, dust, darkness, and stone memory. You stand on the surface and hold an imagined flint blade in your hand. Its edge catches the light. Before cities rose, before Roman Britain drew roads across the island, before medieval bells rang over buried villages, people had already gone deep below the earth in search of the materials that made their world possible. The first underground industries did not roar. They whispered in chalk dust and torch smoke. You leave the chalk mine behind and follow the faint smell of smoke across a darker ridge, where the world has begun to change again. The old Stone Age is not gone all at once. Flint blades still cut, bone tools still serve, wood, hide, clay, and fire remain at the centre of life, but somewhere ahead, in a hollow sheltered from wind, a different glow waits in the night. Not the soft orange of a cooking fire, but a hotter, harsher light. Fed by charcoal and watched with unusual care, you approach slowly. The air tastes of smoke, earth, and metal. A furnace or hearth burns low under a rough shelter. Around it, people move with quiet concentration. One person tends the heat, another watches a crucible. Someone breaks ore from stone. Someone else shapes a mould. The scene is small, but it carries the beginning of a vast transformation. When metal entered the ancient world, it did not simply give people better tools, it changed value, status, exchange, warfare, labour, and imagination. Archaeology gives us a partial outline of this change. Copper, then bronze, and later iron spread through ancient Britain and Europe in uneven ways, shaped by local resources, long-distance contacts, skill, and social choice. Bronze, made by combining copper with tin or other alloys, could be cast into shapes that stone could not easily hold. Axes, knives, swords, ornaments, pins, razors, cauldrons, and tools began to carry a new kind of shine. The night around the hearth became a place where earth was transformed by fire into something almost uncanny. You stand near the edge of the workshop and feel heat against your face. It is stronger than an ordinary hearth. Charcoal glows with a deep red intensity. Air is forced into the fire, perhaps by bellows, perhaps by simpler means, in earlier settings. The temperature climbs, or blackens, brightens, changes, slag forms, metal gathers. To modern eyes, metallurgy is chemistry and technology. To someone encountering it in deep prehistory, it may have felt like controlled transformation bordering on wonder. The surviving objects complicate the story. Metal tools were useful, but early metalwork was not always only practical. Some of the most carefully made objects appear in graves, hoards, rivers, bogs, and other deposits where they were not simply used until broken and discarded. A bronze axe might cut wood, but it might also display identity. A sword might be a weapon, but also a symbol. A shiny ornament could mark status, connection, age, gender, alliance, or participation in exchange networks. You watch as molten metal is poured. The movement is slow and careful. The liquid glows in the dim shelter bright as captured sunset. It flows into a mould and then disappears from sight. Everyone waits. This waiting matters. Stone tool making releases a form hidden in stone by striking. Metalworking creates form by heat, melting, casting, cooling, and finishing. It has a different relationship with material. The maker doesn't only remove, the maker transforms. One careful reading suggests that metalworkers may have held special knowledge within their communities. They understood ore, heat, colour, timing, moulds, and failure. Too little heat and nothing changed. Too much, and the work might be ruined. Bad casting could waste valuable material. Good casting could create an object with power far beyond its weight. Whether such specialists were feared, respected, ordinary craftspeople, or all of these in different places remains difficult to know. You walk outside the shelter as sparks rise into the cold air. Beyond the workshop, the landscape is threaded with connections that metal helped intensify. Copper might come from one region, tin from another. Finished objects might travel far from where their materials began. Ancient mines, trade routes, coastal journeys, river corridors, and seasonal gatherings all became part of a larger web. The prehistoric world was not isolated. It shimmered with movement. In ancient Britain, metal resources mattered deeply. Tin from the southwest, copper from places such as Wales and Ireland, gold from particular regions, and later iron from many landscapes helped draw communities into networks that reach beyond local valleys. The evidence points in several directions because objects moved through trade, gifting, migration, imitation, recycling, and perhaps ritual obligation. A bronze blade found far from its source is a clue, but not the whole journey. You pass a storage area where broken metal pieces rest beside finished objects. Unlike flint, metal can be melted again. This changes the meaning of loss and repair. A broken tool is not always dead. It can return to fire, lose its old shape, and become something new. This ability may have made metal especially powerful in imagination as well as practice. It could transform, vanish, and return altered. Another explanation remains possible for some buried metal hoards. They may have been hidden for safekeeping during danger, intended to be recovered later. Some may represent stored wealth, recyclable metal, or the property of craftspeople. Yet many hoards were placed in ways that make simple storage feel incomplete. Objects were sometimes buried in wetlands, rivers, boundaries, or unusual locations. Some were broken deliberately before deposition. Some were never retrieved. The traces are real, but their meaning is harder to hold. You come to a wet meadow where mist gathers near the ground. In the dimness, you imagine bronze objects lowered into dark water. A blade slips beneath the surface. A pin sinks out of sight. A polished axe rests where no hand will use it again. Was it an offering? A burial of wealth? A way to remove dangerous power from circulation? A gift to ancestors? Gods? Water? Or the land itself? The question remains open, and that openness gives the scene its quiet force. Metal also changed conflict. A bronze sword is not simply a sharper tool, it is an object made for close violence, display, and identity. Shields, spears, axes, and later iron weapons shaped how communities imagined strength and danger. Yet it would be too simple to describe the Bronze Age or Iron Age only through warfare. Metal also made ornaments, farming tools, vessels, fasteners, and ceremonial objects. It entered daily life and symbolic life together. You return toward the workshop where the mould is cooled enough to open. Inside lies a rough form, not yet finished. It must be trimmed, hammered, polished, sharpened, or decorated. The object has been born, but not completed. You notice the attention given to it. Hands turn it toward the firelight. Eyes search for flaws. A small failure in casting may decide whether the piece becomes prized, repaired, recycled, or rejected. Experts still treat many details of early metallurgy with caution, because the evidence often survives in uneven ways. Furnaces decay, wooden tools vanish, workshops are disturbed, objects are moved, melted, buried, or collected by later people. What remains may overrepresent the impressive and underrepresent the ordinary. A golden ornament survives to catch the imagination, while the daily labour around it disappears almost entirely. Still, the transformation is undeniable. Metal gave the ancient world a new sound hammer on bronze, blade against stone, ornaments ringing softly as bodies moved. It gave the world a new light, polished surfaces catching sun, firelight flashing along a sword edge, gold glowing in a burial chamber. It gave the world new fears, raids for wealth, competition for resources, control of minds, the social power of those who possessed rare things. You stand between fire and darkness as night deepens. Behind you, the workshop glows. Ahead, the hills conceal mines, paths, graves, settlements, and wet places where metal may one day be placed beyond reach. The world before civilization has become stranger again. It is not only a world of caves, forests, stones, and ancestors. It is now a world where the deep earth gives up materials that fire can remake into power. The lost human world was never still. It kept changing before history learned to write change down. You watch the new metal cool in the old night, and for a moment it seems as if the earth itself has begun to dream in fire. You leave the metal workers' fire behind and walk into a later world of misty fields, fortified hills, wooded valleys, and settlements where iron tools hang beside bronze ornaments, where cattle low behind fences, and where identity is carried in names that mostly never reached us. This is the world often called Celtic Britain, though even that phrase is too simple for the many peoples, languages, customs, and local powers spread across the island before and during Rome's arrival. The morning opens grey and cold. Rain has passed in the night, leaving beads of water on grass and thatch. You follow a muddy track toward a roundhouse settlement enclosed by a ditch and low bank. Smoke rises through roof openings. Dogs bark at your approach, then fall back into silence. Somewhere, a hammer strikes metal. Somewhere else, grain is being ground slowly between stones. The sound is patient, circular, domestic. This is not a lost kingdom in the fairy tale sense. It is more fragile and more real. A world of farming families, craft specialists, warriors, traders, ritual leaders, children, elders, animals, fields, feasts, debts, alliances, and memories. It is a world that later writers would describe from the outside, often through Roman eyes, often with misunderstanding or political purpose. The people who lived here did not leave long histories of themselves in their own words. That absence matters. Much of what modern audiences imagine about Celtic Britain comes from archaeology, later medieval traditions, classical authors, and cautious comparison with other ancient societies. The evidence is rich, but uneven. Roman writers mention druids, kings, tribes, warriors, and strange customs, yet they wrote as outsiders, conquerors, observers, and sometimes propagandists. Excavated remains give a different kind of truth houses, tools, fields, bones, coins, shrines, roads, and buried objects. You enter the settlement through a simple gate. The ground inside is churned by feet and animals. Roundhouses stand in a loose arrangement, their walls darkened by weather. Outside one house, wool hangs to dry. Near another, a woman repairs a vessel. A child carries a bundle of sticks. An older man sharpens an iron blade with careful pressure. Nothing here feels primitive. It feels busy, skilled, and vulnerable to every shift in weather, harvest, disease, and politics. Iron had become central to many parts of life. It shaped ploughshares, knives, sickles, spearheads, nails, fittings, and tools that changed farming and craft. Yet bronze didn't vanish. It continued in ornaments, vessels, fittings, and display objects. Materials carried different meanings. Iron might work the field. Bronze might catch the eye. Gold might signal extraordinary status, connection, or ritual importance. A society can be practical and symbolic in the same breath. You notice a torque, heavy and twisted, shining at someone's neck. Such objects have become iconic in the modern imagination of Iron Age Britain, but they were not everyday decorations for everyone. They could signal status, identity, wealth, or ceremonial importance. The surviving objects complicate any simple picture. Some are found in graves, some in hoards, some in watery places. Some show astonishing craftsmanship, suggesting skilled makers and patrons who understood the power of display. The older Roman image of northern peoples as wild and disordered begins to feel unreliable as you walk among the houses. Yes, conflict existed. Yes, warrior identity mattered in many communities, but so did agriculture, craft production, exchange networks, family life, and seasonal labour. The field beyond the settlement may tell as much about power as any sword. Grain stores, cattle herds, and control of land could sustain authority more quietly than battle. You follow a path toward a larger enclosure on higher ground. The entrance is more elaborate here, with banks curving inward and post holes where timber gates may once have stood. This could be a defended place, a centre of authority, a refuge, a gathering site, or all of these at different times. Interpretations differ because sites changed. A place occupied in one generation might be used differently in another. Archaeology often sees the accumulation, not the living sequence. Inside, you imagine a gathering. People arrive from scattered farms and nearby valleys. Some bring food, some bring animals, some carry metalwork, salt, pottery, hides, or news. Feasting may take place near large hearths. Disputes may be settled, marriages arranged, alliances renewed, stories told. A leader's power might depend not only on force, but on generosity, ancestry, control of resources, and the ability to bind people together through obligation. Coins begin to appear in parts of late Iron Age Britain before and during Roman contact. Some are inspired by continental models, then transformed into local designs with abstract horses, symbols, and names. They are not always money in the modern everyday sense. They may represent status, political authority, gift exchange, military payment, or links to wider worlds. A small gold coin can hold a surprising amount of historical tension. You hold one in your imagination. Its surface is worn, its design strange and beautiful. A horse curves almost into abstraction. A name may appear, connecting the object to a ruler whose life is otherwise nearly invisible. Here, the lost world begins to brush against written history. Names emerge, but only faintly. Kings and leaders appear in coins, Roman accounts, and inscriptions. Yet the everyday voices around them remain silent. Beyond the enclosure, a sacred grove may stand in dark trees, or perhaps a shrine near water, or a hilltop place where offerings were made. The exact religious life of Iron Age Britain is difficult to reconstruct. Classical writers speak of druids, ritual specialists teaching, law, and sacred authority, but their accounts are filtered through foreign expectations. Archaeology reveals temples, deposits, votive objects, sacred springs, and later Romano-British religious mixtures, but belief itself remains hard to grasp. One careful view is that spiritual life was deeply embedded in landscape. Rivers, springs, bogs, groves, hills, boundaries, and old monuments may all have carried significance. Another view urges restraint, reminding us that not every unusual deposit must be ritual, and not every watery object must be an offering. Still, the pattern of objects placed in rivers, wetlands, and special locations suggests that the material world and unseen world were closely connected for many communities. You walk toward a river where mist clings low over the water. The bank is muddy, marked by cattle and feet. A bronze object lies in your imagination beneath the current, placed there long ago and never recovered. Nearby, reeds move softly in the wind. The river is useful, beautiful, dangerous, and mysterious. It connects settlements. It feeds animals. It carries travellers. It can also receive what people choose to give away. As evening nears, you return to the settlement. Hearth smoke thickens. Someone laughs quietly inside a house. A dog circles near the doorway before lying down. The world feels human and immediate, yet also shadowed by what is coming. Beyond the sea, Rome is expanding. Traders, diplomats, soldiers, merchants, and rumours already move across the channel. Imported wine, pottery, and luxury goods enter elite circles. The island is not untouched. It is already entangled. The approaching Roman world will describe, classify, tax, conquer, and build. It will leave roads, forts, writing tablets, towns, villas, bathhouses, temples, and ruins that archaeologists can read with unusual clarity. But beneath that clearer Roman layer lies this older one, less documented and more difficult to hear. Celtic Britain was not a blank page before Rome wrote on it. It was already a manuscript of earth, timber, iron, cattle, rivers, memory, and power. You stand outside the roundhouse as darkness settles. Firelight glows through the doorway. Rain begins again, soft on thatch and mud. The people inside speak in a language you cannot fully recover. Their words rise, fade, and vanish into smoke. The lost kingdoms of ancient Britain are not lost because they were simple. They are lost because so much of what made them alive was never carved in stone. You leave the roundhouse settlement in the grey hour before dawn, when the hearths are still breathing smoke and the fields lie quiet beneath a skin of mist. Beyond the hills, beyond the rivers and wet woods, another world is approaching. It comes first as rumour, then as trade goods, then as soldiers, surveyors, tax collectors, builders, and written names. Rome does not arrive as a single sound. It arrives as many small disturbances before it becomes an invasion. You walk toward the southern coast, where the air grows sharper and carries the smell of salt. The track beneath your feet is older than the empire that will soon claim it. People have used this way for generations, driving animals, carrying goods, visiting kin, moving between inland settlements and the sea. Yet now the path feels charged with expectation. Traders speak of ships, local leaders weigh alliances, imported wine jars, fine pottery, glass vessels, and coins have already entered elite spaces. Britain is not isolated before Rome. It is watching, trading, adapting, and waiting. When Roman soldiers first looked toward Britain, they did not see an empty island at the edge of the world. They saw resources, tribes, political opportunities, prestige, and danger. They also saw a land already shaped by older powers. Hill forts stood on ridges. Fields marked long labour. Rivers carried local meanings. Sacred groves, shrines, wetlands, burial mounds, and ancient stones belonged to memories Rome did not fully understand. Conquest would not begin on blank ground. You stand on a chalk cliff and look out across the channel. The water is cold grey under a low sky. Somewhere beyond the horizon lies Gaul, already transformed by Roman power. Across that narrow sea, armies, merchants, diplomats, captives, and stories have moved. The distance is small enough to invite ambition, yet large enough to make the island feel mysterious. For Roman writers, Britain could become both real place and imaginative frontier. The surviving Roman accounts give us valuable detail, but they must be read carefully. Julius Caesar wrote about his expeditions to Britain in the 1st century BC, and later Roman sources describe the conquest that began under Emperor Claudius in AD 43. These texts are essential, but they are not neutral windows. They were shaped by politics, military reputation, imperial ideology, and the need to make conquest seem meaningful. The British side of the story rarely speaks in its own voice. You descend from the cliff into a coastal settlement where the mood is uneasy but not chaotic. Boats rest above the tide line, nets dry in the wind. People move between storage pits, houses, and animal pens. The arrival of Rome is not yet visible as marching columns, but its shadow is already here. Some local rulers may seek Roman support against rivals. Others may resist. Some may profit from trade. Others may fear losing authority. The ancient world is rarely divided cleanly into invader and victim at first contact. It is tangled with choices made under pressure. A boat has brought amphora, heavy ceramic containers that once held wine, oil, or fish sauce. Their shapes are foreign, their contents desirable, their presence political. Imported goods could strengthen local elites by allowing them to host feasts, reward followers, and display connections beyond the island. A Roman object in a British roundhouse did not simply mean Roman control. It could mean negotiation, imitation, status, curiosity, or calculated alliance. You follow a group inland along a route that will one day be straightened, widened, paved, and named by outsiders. For now, it bends with the land. Rain gathers in ruts. Cattle tracks cross it. The hills ahead rise dark with woodland. Somewhere among those trees, older sacred places remain. The Romans may later build temples, towns, and villas, but beneath those new forms will lie local traditions that do not vanish simply because empire arrives. This is one of the quiet mysteries of conquest. What happens when an imperial religion, legal system, architecture, and military order meet landscapes already dense with meaning Rome could destroy, absorb, rename, rebuild, or tolerate? Local people could resist, adopt, reinterpret, or blend. A god might receive a Latin name while keeping older qualities. A shrine might continue in altered form. A sacred spring might gain Roman-style offerings without losing its earlier presence. You reach a grove where the trees stand close, their branches making the light green and dim. The ground is wet with leaves. There may be no temple here in stone, no inscription, no statue that survives, but the place feels set apart. Classical writers famously describe druids and sacred groves among Celtic peoples, though their accounts are difficult to separate from fear, fascination, and Roman imagination. The truth may be more varied than the texts allow. Ritual specialists likely existed, but their roles, teachings, and local differences are hard to reconstruct. You pause beneath the trees and listen. Drops fall from branches, wind moves high above. A place like this could vanish archaeologically if it held no durable structures. A wooden post rots. A spoken oath disappears. A ceremony leaves only a pit, a deposit, a burned patch, or nothing at all. Rome, by contrast, leaves stone, tile, coins, inscriptions, roads, and military plans. This imbalance can make the empire seem louder than the world it entered. The Roman army changes that sound. You imagine the first organised columns moving inland after AD 43. Metal fittings clink, leather creaks, boots strike damp ground. Standards rise above helmets, pack animals carry equipment, engineers examine crossings. Surveyors look for lines through the landscape. Soldiers think in terms of supply, control, distance, and defensible positions. The land that local people knew through stories and seasonal paths is now being read as territory. Yet even Roman soldiers must learn the older land. They need water, food, timber, routes, intelligence, and cooperation from some local groups. They must deal with marshes, forests, hills, weather, and resistance. Britain is not easily reduced to a map. The terrain shapes the conquest as much as imperial ambition does. A road can be planned on a line, but it must still cross mud, river, and human opposition. You come to the edge of a hill fort. Its banks rise quietly in the morning mist. Perhaps it is occupied. Perhaps it is already old. Perhaps its role has changed many times. To Roman eyes, such places could appear as strongholds, tribal centres, or obstacles. To local communities, they may have carried memories of ancestors, gatherings, conflict, storage, status, and belonging. When Rome meets a hill fort, it meets more than earthworks. It meets a landscape biography. Some sites were attacked, some abandoned, some transformed, and some continued in altered ways. The pattern was not uniform. In certain regions, Roman authority settled faster. In others, resistance endured. Northern and western landscapes remained harder for Rome to dominate fully. The conquest of Britain was not a simple line moving steadily forward. It was a long process of negotiation, violence, adaptation, rebellion, and accommodation. You stand on the rampart and look out across the fields. In the distance, where the old track crosses a river, you imagine a Roman road beginning to take shape, trees cut, ground levelled, ditches dug, gravel laid. The road is an instrument of movement, but also of power. It lets armies march, officials travel, goods move, messages pass, and taxes reach the machinery of empire. But it may also follow older routes, covering memory with measurement. The meeting of Rome and the older British world is not only a military story, it is a layering. Roman Britain will be built over prehistoric Britain, but never entirely erase it. Villas may rise near ancient fields. Temples may stand close to earlier sacred places. Towns may grow where local centres already mattered. Mines known before Rome may be expanded. Old gods may wear new names. The buried human world remains beneath the imperial one, sometimes silent, sometimes visible through cracks. As evening falls, you return to the road and hear distant thunder over the hills. The air smells of rain, wet grass, and smoke from unseen hearths. Behind you lies the world of round houses, hill forts, groves, and older stones. Ahead lies the world of forts, inscriptions, bathhouses, sewers, temples, and cities. Between them, you stand at the threshold. Rome has arrived, but it has not entered emptiness. It has found an older world waiting in the mist. You follow the new Roman road as it cuts across the older land, and the difference is immediate. The prehistoric track curved with slope, wet ground, memory, and habit. This road insists. It runs forward with a confidence that feels almost unnatural. A hard line laid across hills, fields, streams, and older paths. Gravel presses beneath your sandals. Drainage ditches run along the sides. The land has not merely been crossed, it has been measured. Morning rain has left the road shining in places. Puddles gather in shallow ruts where carts have passed. On either side, the countryside remains ancient hedgeless fields, damp woodland, grazing animals, and distant rises where older mounds still break the horizon. Yet the road changes how you see everything. Distance now has direction. Movement now has system. The empire is not only soldiers and laws, it is geometry imposed on memory. Roman Britain grows from such lines. Roads connect forts, towns, ports, mines, villas, and administrative centres. They carry military orders, merchants, tax demands, travellers, officials, letters, pottery, food, and rumour. They also carry a new way of thinking about landscape. What once belonged mainly to local knowledge becomes part of a wider network, tied to the continent, to imperial authority, and eventually to Rome itself. But beneath the road, the older ground remains. The road may pass near a prehistoric burial mound. It may cross a route already used for generations. It may lead toward a river crossing known long before Roman engineers arrived. In some places, Roman construction covered earlier activity without preserving its meaning. In others, older places continued to matter under new names. The buried city and the forgotten kingdom begin to overlap. You reach a Roman town in the mist. At first you see walls, then roofs, then smoke rising from chimneys and hearths. The entrance road passes through a gate where guards watch travellers. Inside, the sound changes. Wheels grind over stone. Animals snort. Voices mix in Latin, local languages, and accents shaped by soldiers from distant provinces. A town in Roman Britain is not simply Rome copied onto British soil. It is a mixture, a negotiation, a new surface laid over older lives. The streets are more regular than the prehistoric settlement, but not perfectly clean or silent. Mud gathers near doorways. Waste smells faintly beneath the sharper scent of smoke and cooking oil. Shops open onto the street. Pottery vessels sit in stacks. A smith works in a shadowed space. A woman carries water. A soldier speaks with a trader. A child watches from behind a wooden post. Empire, at street level, is full of ordinary bodies. The clearest remains of Roman towns often include walls, roads, public buildings, bathhouses, drains, temples, workshops, and houses. These structures give archaeologists unusually readable evidence compared with earlier timber worlds. Yet even here, the record is partial. Stone survives better than speech. Official architecture survives better than private fear. A tiled floor may remain when the argument that happened above it is gone forever. You walk toward the bathhouse, one of the most distinctive features of Roman urban life. From outside, it looks solid, almost calm. Inside, the atmosphere changes. Warm, damp air moves through rooms heated by hypocaust systems, where floors are raised and hot air circulates below. Water echoes softly. Steam beads on skin. People talk, wash, exercise, gossip, negotiate, and display status. Bathing is not only hygiene, it is social performance. You step into a warm room and feel the contrast with the cold British air outside. The stone underfoot is heated. The walls hold moisture. Lamps glow through haze. For local people entering such a building for the first time, the experience must have been striking controlled heat, tiled surfaces, planned rooms, and water managed with technical confidence. Yet not everyone in Roman Britain lived this way. The bathhouse may represent urban and elite life more than the daily reality of rural households. This is one important caution. Roman Britain was never fully Roman in a single uniform sense. Towns, villas, military zones, rural farms, upland communities, mining districts, and frontier landscapes all differed. Some people adopted Roman goods eagerly, others blended them with local traditions. Some remained outside many Roman habits altogether. A mosaic floor and a roundhouse can belong to the same historical period, but have very different lives. You leave the bathhouse and descend toward a drain beneath the street. Here the atmosphere becomes darker. The air is cool and sour. Water moves below the paving with a faint murmuring sound. Roman engineering often feels most impressive where it is least glamorous. Drains, sewers, culverts, wells, latrines, water channels, and foundations. These hidden systems kept towns functioning, yet they also created underground spaces beneath daily life. You follow the sound of water through a narrow service passage. The stone walls are damp. Your hand brushes mineral deposits. Above you, feet cross the street without noticing the hollow beneath them. The town has a visible life and a hidden life. Markets, temples, houses, and forums stand above. Drains, cellars, wells, storage pits, and buried layers gather below. The Roman city is already becoming an archaeological stack. In time, floors will be raised, buildings will burn or collapse, new walls will cut across old foundations, coins will slip between boards, pottery will break and be swept into pits, lost shoes, pins, bones, tablets, nails, and seeds will sink into dark layers. What people throw away becomes one of the richest archives. What they meant to preserve often vanishes. Archaeology has a strange sense of justice. It remembers carelessness as faithfully as pride. You emerge near a temple precinct. The air smells of incense, rain, animals, and oil. A stone altar stands beneath a roofed space. Carved figures may represent Roman gods, local deities, or blended forms that belong to both worlds. In Roman Britain, religion was not simply imported and installed. It adapted. A local god might be paired with a Roman name. A sacred spring might receive Latin inscriptions. A shrine might draw soldiers, merchants, officials, and local worshippers for different reasons. The meaning of these religious mixtures is still difficult to hold. Were local beliefs being absorbed by Rome, or were local people using Roman forms to continue older relationships with place and power? Both may be true in different settings. An inscription can make a god visible to history, but it may also hide an older name never written down. The stone altar speaks clearly, and still it conceals. You walk beyond the town into the countryside, where a villa stands near fields. Its roof tiles glow dull red under the wet sky. Inside, painted walls and mosaic floors show wealth and connection to Roman styles. Outside, agricultural labour continues. Grain must be harvested, animals fed, tools repaired, tenants, workers, enslaved people, servants, landowners, and families all belong to the villa's operation. Luxury rests on labour, much of it quiet and poorly recorded. The villa is another layer over older landscapes. It may occupy good farmland used long before Rome. It may stand near ancient boundaries, trackways, or burial places. Roman wealth did not create the land's value from nothing. It reorganized it. It measured, taxed, displayed, and intensified. Beneath the villa's floors, the deeper human story continues downward into prehistoric soil. By evening, you return toward the town gate. The road gleams in fading light. Behind you are bathhouses, temples, drains, villas, workshops, and markets. Ahead, older hills rise into mist. Roman Britain has made the ancient world more visible in some ways, but also more layered. The empire writes, it builds in stone, it leaves inscriptions, coins, tiles, and plans. Yet below these confident remains lie the quieter traces of people Rome found already here. You pause where the Roman road crosses an older path. For a moment the two worlds meet under your feet. One is straight, measured, imperial. The other is worn, remembered, and almost hidden. And beneath them both, the earth continues keeping its older silence. You pass beneath the Roman town gate as evening settles, and the streets begin to darken under a low ceiling of cloud. Rainwater slips along the edges of the road, carrying dust, straw, ash, and bits of daily life toward the drains below. Above ground, the town still feels busy. A trader closes his shutters. A cart creaks toward a courtyard. A dog noses through refuse near a wall. Somewhere, a door shuts with a hollow wooden sound. But beneath the town, another world is waking in your imagination. You follow the water to a stone drain where it disappears under the street. The opening's low, rimmed with damp moss and mineral stains. A sour smell rises from within, mixed with wet earth and cold masonry. You lower your torch and see a narrow channel running away into darkness. The flame reflects weakly on moving water. This is not a sacred cave or prehistoric mine. It is practical, engineered, and ordinary. Yet it leads into the hidden underside of Roman Britain. You crouch and enter carefully. The ceiling is close. The walls are built from stone, tile, and mortar, less ancient than the cave, but already darkened by use. Above you, Footsteps pass over the paving. No one pauses. The city's visible life depends on this unseen one. Drains carry away water and waste. Cellars store goods. Wells reach down into the earth. Culverts guide streams beneath roads. Foundations grip older layers. The town is a surface balanced on hollows. Roman engineering often appears confident because it leaves durable remains. Roads, walls, aqueducts, bathhouses, and drains show planning and technical knowledge. Yet these hidden systems also raise quieter questions about how people experienced urban life. Did the underground feel merely functional, or did certain spaces gain reputations for danger, secrecy, storage, poverty, or fear? The evidence can show the structure. It cannot always recover the stories people told about it. You move deeper into the drain. The water is shallow but cold. Your sandals scrape against slick stone. The torchlight catches small things trapped along the edge, a pottery shard, an animal bone, a bent nail, a dark lump of organic refuse. To the town's residents, such things were waste. To archaeologists, they are treasure. Rubbish often reveals what formal monuments conceal: diet, trade, craft, illness, repairs, accidents, and habits all settle into the dirty places beneath polished claims of civilization. A broken pot can tell of cooking, a seed can tell of food or trade, a parasite egg can tell of sanitation, a shoe can tell of wear, climate, and ordinary movement. A writing tablet can preserve a complaint, a debt, an invitation, or a name that would otherwise vanish. The underground chambers of ancient towns are not always mysterious because they were secret. Sometimes they are mysterious because they preserved the unguarded truth of daily life. You emerge from the drain into a cellar beneath a building near the street. The room is dark, cool, and still. Wooden shelves may once have lined the walls, though only stains and post holes remain in the archaeological record. Amphorae might have stood here, filled with wine, oil, fish sauce, or grain. Local pottery jars may have held dried food. Tools could be kept away from weather. Goods could be hidden from theft. A cellar is a practical underground chamber, but practicality does not make it emotionally empty. You imagine someone descending with a small lamp at night. The air grows cooler with every step. Above, voices continue in the house. Below, shadows gather around stored goods. A jar is checked, a lid replaced, a small object concealed in a corner. Perhaps a coin is dropped and never found. Perhaps a child is afraid to come down alone. Perhaps an enslaved worker carries supplies in silence. The cellar holds the economy of the household, but also its quiet inequalities. Interpretations of Roman cellars vary by site. Some were storage rooms, some were workshops, some may have been associated with shops or taverns. Others were altered, abandoned, flooded, filled with rubbish, or reused after buildings changed. What survives is often the final chapter, not the whole life of the space. A cellar filled with broken material may look like abandonment, but before that ending, it may have served generations of ordinary routines. You climb back to the street and cross toward a well. Its stone rim is worn by hands, ropes, and buckets. You look down. The circle falls into darkness, and far below, water glimmers faintly. Wells are among the most powerful hidden structures in ancient towns because they connect daily need with depth. Everyone needs water, yet to draw it, people must lower a vessel into a black vertical passage beneath their feet. Objects often fall into wells by accident, but some may have been placed deliberately. Buckets, shoes, tools, animal bones, coins, pottery, and even unusual deposits have been found in ancient wells across different sites. The difficulty lies in reading intention. Was something lost, discarded, hidden, offered, or thrown in during closure? A well is both infrastructure and threshold. It gives water from below and sometimes receives objects from above. You continue along a side street where the buildings lean close. Rain drips from roof edges. In a back room, a trapdoor opens to a storage pit beneath the floor. The smell is earthy, dry, and enclosed. Grain might be stored in such places in some periods and contexts, though storage methods varied widely. Pits could preserve, conceal, or organize food resources. They could also become rubbish dumps when no longer useful. Again, the underground changes roll over time. This pattern repeats across ancient settlements. A space is dug for one reason, then reused for another. A storage chamber becomes waste. A well becomes a deposit. A drain becomes an archive. A cellar becomes rubble. A defensive ditch becomes a boundary, then a dumping place, then a buried line under later buildings. The hidden city is not static. It is constantly being filled, emptied, forgotten, and overwritten. You reach the edge of the town where a culvert carries water beneath the road and out toward a ditch. The sky is almost dark now. The torch flame is warmer against the blue-grey air. You can hear the town behind you, but the sound is softened by rain. Beneath the road, water continues its quiet passage. It does not care about emperors, tax records, or public monuments. It simply finds the lower place and moves. This is where Roman Britain becomes strangely intimate. The grand story tells of conquest, roads, forts, villas, and imperial power. But the buried story tells of damp drains, lost pins, cracked bowls, worn shoes, blocked pipes, cellar steps, and wells that swallowed small pieces of human life. The hidden underground is not separate from civilization. It is what civilization stands on. You look back toward the town. Lamps glow behind shutters. Smoke rises into rain. Somewhere beneath those rooms, old foundations press into older soil, and beneath that soil lie prehistoric traces, pits, paths, burials, and forgotten hands. The Roman town is only one layer in a much deeper descent. You step away from the culvert as darkness fills the ditch. Above ground, history builds its monuments. Below ground, it keeps its secrets in mud, water, and stone. You leave the rain-darkened street and follow a narrow lane toward a place where the town grows quieter. The shops thin out. The voices fade behind shuttered doorways. Ahead, steps descend beside a stone wall, worn slightly hollow in the middle by many feet. A small lamp burns at the entrance, protected from the wind. Its flame is weak but steady, and it casts a golden stain across the wet paving. You pause at the top of the steps. Below the street, another kind of Roman Britain is waiting. Not the public world of markets, roads, bathhouses, and official buildings, but the hidden world of shrines, mystery cults, underground chambers, sacred springs, and small rooms where belief moved in shadows. The empire brought gods with it, but it also found gods already here. In the darkness beneath towns and temples, those worlds sometimes met. You descend slowly. The stone steps are damp underfoot. The air grows cooler. The sounds of the street soften until they become only a faint murmur above you. At the bottom, a low passage opens into a chamber lit by oil lamps. Smoke gathers near the ceiling. The walls are close, and the floor is carefully laid. The space feels intentional, enclosed, and separate from ordinary time. In Roman Britain, religion was not a single system experienced the same way by everyone. Soldiers, merchants, local elites, enslaved people, officials, travellers, farmers, and craftspeople all moved through overlapping religious worlds. Some honoured the familiar gods of Rome. Some continued local traditions. Some joined cults with special rituals and restricted membership. Some left offering at springs, crossroads, shrines, temples, wells, and household altars. The sacred was not confined to grand temples. It could live in a corner, a spring, a cellar, or a chamber beneath the street. You enter the underground room and see an altar at the far end. Its surface is darkened by smoke and handling. A carved figure may stand beyond it, partly hidden by shadow. Perhaps this is a shrine to Mithras, the god whose mystery cult spread among soldiers, officials, and others across parts of the Roman world. Mithric temples, often called Mithraea, were commonly designed as enclosed cave-like spaces, even when built inside towns or forts. They created an artificial underground atmosphere, a place apart from daylight. The chamber is narrow, with benches along the sides. You imagine initiates reclining or sitting there during rituals and shared meals. Lamps flicker. Incense thickens the air. A central image shows Mithras slaying the bull, surrounded by symbols whose meanings have been studied for generations. Stars, animals, torches, zodiac signs, and gestures all seem to matter. The scene is clear enough to recognize, yet difficult to fully decode. The surviving evidence for mystery cults is both vivid and frustrating. Altars, inscriptions, sculptures, temple layouts, and ritual objects survive, but the inner teachings were not written down in a simple manual for modern readers. Initiation, secrecy, performance, and shared experience were part of the cult's power. Archaeologists can map the room and catalogue the stones, but the feeling of belonging among those who gathered here remains partly beyond reach. You sit for a moment on one of the side benches. The stone is cold through your clothing. The chamber's darkness is not the wild darkness of a prehistoric cave. It is built darkness, controlled darkness, a memory of caves recreated by architecture. This is one of the strangest continuities in human history. Again and again, people return to underground forms when they need spaces of transformation. The earth, or the idea of the earth, becomes a theatre for hidden meaning. Above you, Roman Britain continues its public life. Traders bargain, soldiers drill, bathhouses steam, roads carry wheels and hooves. But here below, time feels folded inward. The lamps make the carved relief seem to move. Shadows gather in the eyes of figures. Oil smoke rises in thin blue lines. You understand why underground chambers could make belief feel physical. They removed the horizon. They narrowed attention. They made every flame seem important. Another underground sacred place may lie not far away, beneath or beside a spring. You leave the Mithraeum and follow a passage upward, then out into the night, then down again near a source of water. The sound reaches you before the sight does a slow trickle, steady and cold. A spring emerges through stone into a basin, its surface trembling under lamplight. Coins glimmer beneath the water. Small objects rest in the silt. The air smells mineral and clean. Sacred springs were important across the Roman world, and in Britain they often brought Roman and local traditions together. At places like Bath, the hot springs were associated with the goddess Sulis, who became linked with the Roman Minerva. In such names, you can hear cultural blending rather than simple replacement. A local divine presence did not necessarily vanish when given a Latin form. It could become both older and newer at once. The evidence here speaks through offerings, coins, curse tablets, jewellery, carved stones, and other objects may be placed where water rises from below. Some ask for healing, some seek justice, some express thanks, some curse thieves or enemies. These are not abstract beliefs. They belong to daily frustrations and hope's illness, stolen cloaks, broken trust, pain, fear, gratitude. The sacred spring receives the emotions that ordinary law may not resolve. You lean close and see a thin lead tablet in your imagination, folded and hidden. Words scratched into it ask a divine power to intervene. The handwriting may be rough, the spelling may be irregular, yet the desire is sharp and human. Someone was wronged. Someone wanted the unseen world to notice. In such moments, archaeology feels almost too intimate. A private anger survives longer than the person who felt it. Still, interpretation requires care. Not every watery deposit has the same meaning. Not every object in a spring was a formal offering. Some were lost. Some were thrown away. Some belong to rituals we only partly understand. The context matters, but context can be damaged by time, excavation history, later building, or water itself. What survives is suggestive, but not always complete. You walk back into the town under a sky without stars. The stones are wet, lamps glow in doorways. Somewhere, a household shrine burns quietly inside a private room. Not all sacred spaces are underground or public. A family may honour protective spirits at a small altar near the hearth. A soldier may carry a charm. A traveller may leave a coin before a journey. A farmer may continue older customs beneath a Roman name. Belief lives at many scales. The hidden shrines of Roman Britain reveal a world more layered than conquest alone. Empire did not flatten the sacred landscape into one system. It created new mixtures, new languages for old powers, new rooms for imported gods, and new ways for local devotion to enter durable stone. Beneath the street, underground chambers held rituals that borrowed the feeling of caves. At springs, water carried prayers into the earth. At temples, local and Roman identities met in carved names. You stop at the mouth of the lane and look back. The entrance to the underground chamber is almost invisible now, just a dark cut beside a wall, with a lamp trembling above it. A passerby could miss it. A child might wonder what happens below. A worshipper might descend with a secret known only to the initiated. The ancient world above ground built roads and walls. The ancient world below ground built thresholds. And in those thresholds, Roman Britain quietly remembered that the earth had been sacred long before Rome arrived. You leave the underground shrine and follow the road north and west, away from the town's lamps, toward hills where the empire's appetite becomes harder to hide. The air grows colder as the land rises, mist clings to the slopes. Streams run bright over stone. In the distance, the entrance to a mine appears as a dark wound in the hillside, framed by timber supports and wet rock. Smoke hangs nearby from furnaces, low and bitter against the grey sky. Here, the ancient world is not only praying beneath the earth, it is working there. You approach the mine slowly. The ground around it is churned by feet, carts, animals, and labour. Piles of waste stone lie beside the track. Wooden tools lean against a rough structure. Someone carries a basket heavy with ore. Someone else washes material in cold water, hands reddened by the stream. The sound is steady and subdued stone breaking, water moving, timber creaking, voices calling short instructions across the damp air. Rome did not invent mining in Britain, but Roman power intensified it in many places. Lead, silver, iron, tin, copper, gold, salt, and other resources mattered to the imperial economy. The empire needed metal for coins, pipes, weapons, tools, buildings, vessels, ornaments, and trade. It needed extraction organized on a scale that could serve military and administrative systems. Beneath these hills, ancient labor-fed distant cities, forts, villas, and markets. You step toward the entrance. Cold air flows out from the tunnel, carrying the smell of wet stone, clay, smoke, sweat, and mineral dust. The passage slopes downward into darkness. Lamps glow faintly along the wall, each one making only a small circle of safety. Beyond them, the mine continues out of sight. The earth here is not mysterious in the same way as a cave shrine. It is useful, dangerous, and controlled. Yet usefulness can create its own unease, inside. The ceiling is low enough that you must bend. Your shoulder brushes damp rock. Water drips from above and runs along shallow channels underfoot. Tool marks cut into the walls. Some are rough. Some repeat in patterns of labour so regular they feel almost rhythmic. Every mark is a moment of impact. Every hollow was made by effort. The mine is a record of bodies working where daylight cannot reach. Excavated evidence from Roman mining landscapes shows shafts, galleries, drainage systems, washing floors, smelting sites, tools, inscriptions, and waste heaps. In some regions, Roman engineers used sophisticated methods to remove water, break rock, and process ore. Yet the human experience behind those remains is harder to recover. Who worked here each day? Free labourers, enslaved people, soldiers, local specialists, convicts, contractors, or some mixture depending on place and period. The material record leaves room for different answers. You imagine a miner crouched in the dim passage, striking rock by lamplight. The flame is weak and smoky. The air is close. Dust settles on his hair and skin. Water seeps into his sandals. Every movement is restricted by the tunnel shape. Above ground, Roman Britain may appear orderly through roads and towns. Below ground, empire becomes breath, pain, risk, and repetition. The mind does not only produce metal, it produces silence around the people who made metal possible. You move deeper. A side passage opens to the left, partly flooded. The water is black, reflecting the lamp as a trembling line. Drainage was one of the great challenges of ancient mining. Water could fill shafts, weaken walls, drown galleries, and stop work entirely. Roman mining operations sometimes used channels, adits, wheels, pumps, or drainage tunnels to manage it. Where such systems survive, they show impressive technical knowledge, but they also reveal how constant the struggle was. You pause beside the water and listen. Drip after drip falls into the flooded passage. The sound is soft, almost peaceful, but you know the danger beneath it. A mine can collapse, air can fail, lamps can go out, water can rise, a worker can be injured far from the entrance. The underground world gives wealth, but it takes confidence in return. To enter it daily is to make a bargain with stone. Outside the mine, ore is crushed, sorted, washed, and smelted. You follow the passage back into daylight and approach the furnaces. Heat strikes your face. Charcoal smoke thickens the air. Slag lies in dark glassy lumps across the ground. Workers feed the fire, control airflow, and watch for signs only experience can teach, or must become metal through heat and patience. The process is practical, but in the glow of the furnace it still feels like transformation. Not every specialist reads ancient mining landscapes in the same way. Some sites show direct imperial involvement, especially where military needs or precious metals were concerned. Others may reflect local enterprise under Roman influence, taxation, leasing, or supervision. The structure of control is not always visible in the rock. A stamped ingot, a fort nearby, or an inscription may sharpen the picture, but many working lives remain anonymous. You look at a lead ingot in your imagination, heavy and dull grey, stamped with authority. Such an object is strangely different from a prehistoric flint blade or a bronze torque. It does not feel personal. It feels administrative. It belongs to measurement, transport, ownership, and state power. Yet before it became an imperial commodity, it was ore in a hillside, then labour in darkness, then fire, then weight. The journey of metal stretches across the landscape, from mine to furnace, from furnace to road, from road to town, fort, port, or ship. Lead might become water pipes, coffins, weights, vessels, or building material. Iron might become tools, weapons, nails, fittings, and farm equipment. Tin might travel into wider networks. Gold might concentrate wealth and prestige. The underground is connected to everything above it. You follow a cart track away from the smelting area toward a storage yard. Wheels have cut deep lines in the mud. Pack animals stand steaming in the cold. A clerk or overseer may record quantities on a tablet. Soldiers may guard valuable shipments. Local workers may understand the land better than officials do. The mine is not isolated. It is a machine of people, animals, roads, documents, fires, and hidden tunnels. The safest interpretation is that ancient mining combined technical skill with hard social realities. It required knowledge and organization, but also exposed bodies to danger, exhaustion, and control. The monuments of empire often stand above ground, but some of its most important foundations lie in places like this, where anonymous workers entered the hillside and brought out the materials of power. As the day fades, the mine entrance darkens again. Lamps appear inside like small stars trapped underground. Rain begins to fall, tapping on timber, stone, and slag. Smoke drifts low across the yard. Beyond the mine, hills fold into mist, and somewhere beneath them more passages remain unseen. You stand at the threshold and look back into the tunnel. The ancient mines beneath Britain and Europe did not merely supply empires. They taught the empire to depend on darkness. You leave the mining hills beneath a sky heavy with rain, and the road leads you into a quieter century. The empire is still visible at first. Stone walls remain. Roof tiles lie in broken red patches among weeds. A road continues across the land, though grass grows through its edges. A milestone leans beside a ditch, its inscription softened by weather. The Roman world has not vanished in one night. It has thinned. You walk through the remains of a villa where the roof has partly fallen and water gathers in the broken rooms. A mosaic floor lies beneath mud and leaves, its pattern still visible in places dark tesserae, pale borders, fragments of an animal or vine. Once, this floor reflected wealth, order, and connection to a larger imperial culture. Now, roots enter through cracks. Rain drips where painted plaster once warmed the walls. Birds move in the rafters. After Rome, the ground remained. The phrase sounds simple, but it carries an entire transformation. Roman administration weakened. Coin supply changed. Military structures altered or withdrew. Town life contracted in many areas. Villas were abandoned, reused, subdivided or transformed. Long-distance systems that once tied Britain to imperial power became less reliable. Yet people did not vanish. They stayed, adapted, farmed, repaired, reused, remembered, forgot, and made new lives among the remains. You step over a fallen roof tile and enter a room where a hearth has been built directly on top of an old Roman floor. This small detail says more than a grand ruin. Someone lived here after the room's original purpose had changed. Perhaps the villa owner was gone. Perhaps the estate had fragmented. Perhaps local families used what shelter remained. A dining room could become a workspace. A bath suite could become storage. A formal courtyard could become a place for animals. The material record leaves the room for many local stories. In some places, Roman buildings seem to have been deliberately maintained for a time. In others, they decayed quickly or were robbed for stone. Some towns continued in reduced form. Some places shifted toward rural patterns. The end of the Roman Britain was not a single collapse experienced everywhere alike. It was a long, uneven fading, with different rhythms in different landscapes. You leave the villa and follow a lane toward a former Roman town. The gate still stands in part, though its upper stones have fallen. Inside, streets once laid with confidence are broken by weeds and puddles. A market building is roofless. A bathhouse has gone cold. The drains still run after rain, but no organised maintenance clears them fully. The town smells of wet stone, smoke, animal dung, and damp timber repairs. It would be easy to imagine only abandonment here. But the quieter truth is more interesting. People often reused Roman towns in altered ways. They lived among ruins, dismantled buildings, quarried stone, occupied corners, buried their dead nearby, and transformed public spaces into something more local and improvised. A forum might no longer function as a Roman civic centre, but its stones still offered shelter, material, and memory. You stand beside a wall where Roman mortar still grips courses of stone. Later hands have removed blocks from one section, leaving a ragged gap. Those stones may now sit in a field wall, a farm building, an early church, or a hearth. Ruins do not remain ruins if people need materials. The empire becomes a quarry for the world that follows. Its authority fades, but its fabric continues in humbler forms. This is one of the strangest afterlives of empire. A Roman temple stone may become part of a house. A villa tile may line a grave. A carved block may be built into a church wall centuries later. An inscription may be turned inward, unread, its words hidden in masonry. The meanings Rome carved into stone could be physically preserved while being culturally forgotten. You walk past the cold bathhouse, without fire, water, labour and maintenance. Its elaborate heating system is only a skeleton. The hypercaust pillars stand beneath a broken floor like tiny supports for a vanished warmth. Once, hot air moved through here. People bathed, talked, negotiated, displayed themselves, and carried the habits of empire into the body. Now, the chamber below the floor is dark and still. Dust replaces steam. Silence replaces voices. What survives underground suggests a slow rearrangement of everyday life. Pottery styles changed. Imported goods became rarer in many places. Coin use declined. Settlement patterns shifted. Burial customs altered. Older local identities, new migrant communities, post-Roman authorities, and emerging Christian influences all shaped the centuries that followed. But the evidence is uneven, and written sources are scarce. The period becomes difficult not because nothing happened, but because so much happened with fewer documents. You leave the town and travel toward a former fort. Its ditches still cut the land, though softened by grass. The ramparts remain as long swelling lines. Inside, timber buildings have decayed or been replaced. The fort may have been abandoned, reused, occupied by local leaders, or remembered as a place of power. Military architecture has a way of haunting a landscape even after soldiers leave. A wall built for command can become shelter, boundary, landmark, or legend. You stand on the rampart and look across the countryside. Fields continue. Smoke rises from farmsteads. Cattle move near a stream. Life goes on, but its structure is changing. Without the same imperial machinery, communities rely more heavily on local networks, kinship, landholding, craft, and regional authority. The old straight roads remain useful, but their meaning changes. They no longer only serve Rome, they serve whoever still walks them, A cautious reading of this period avoids both romance and catastrophe. It was not simply a dark age where everything was forgotten, nor was it a smooth continuation of Roman life under another name. It was a transformation shaped by economic disruption, political change, migration, resilience, violence, adaptation, and local creativity. For many ordinary people, the question may not have been whether Rome had fallen. It may have been whether crops would grow, roofs would hold, and neighbours would remain safe. You descend toward a small settlement built near older ruins. The houses are timber, earth, and thatch. Their builders know Roman stone lies nearby, but they do not live like villa elites. A woman carries water, a child drives geese away from grain, someone repairs a fence with patient hands, smoke hangs low in the evening air. Behind them, a Roman wall stands like a memory too large to move. The lost human world keeps layering itself. Prehistoric pits beneath Roman floors, Roman stones beneath early medieval buildings, old roads beneath new paths, ancient sacred places under churches. The ground does not choose one history, it keeps them all, compressed and overlapping, until later archaeologists peel them back with trowels, maps, scans, and careful doubt. As night approaches, you sit beside a small fire near the abandoned villa. The mosaic is hidden now under shadow. Rain begins again, soft on broken tile and grass. The empire feels distant, but not absent. It remains in the road that brought you here, in the wall that blocks the wind, in the broken pottery under your hand, in the stone reused by people who may no longer speak Latin or care who first cut it. After Rome, the ground did not become empty. It became a place where memory was recycled, and beneath the quiet ruins, older Britain began dreaming itself into another world. You leave the post-Roman ruins at dawn, when mist lies low among broken walls and the first birds call from thorn trees rooted in old masonry. The road ahead is no longer maintained with imperial confidence, but it still guides you through the landscape. Grass grows along its edges, water gathers in uneven stones. In places, the old surface disappears beneath mud, then reappears near a stream or a ridge, as if memory itself is coming and going under your feet. Ahead, on a rise above the valley, you see the outline of a small church. It is not grand. Not yet. Its walls are rough, its roof low, its windows narrow. Around it, the ground is uneven with graves, older mounds, and stones whose first meanings may already be forgotten. A bell does not ring yet, or perhaps only a small handbell calls people across the damp fields. Smoke rises from nearby houses, cattle graze beyond a fence. The world has changed again, but not cleanly. It has folded one belief over another. You walk toward the church and notice something strange in its stones. Some blocks are older than the building. One has a carved edge that does not belong to Christian architecture. Another looks like part of a Roman wall. A third may have come from a villa, fort, shrine, or tomb. The church stands as a new sacred place, but its body is made from older fragments. The past has not vanished. It has been built into the walls. Across Britain and Europe, early medieval churches were often placed within landscapes already rich with meaning. Some stood near Roman ruins, some near wells, burial grounds, roads, old settlements, or earlier sacred places. In certain cases, the connection is clear. In others, it remains uncertain. A church near an ancient mound may reflect deliberate Christian reuse, practical choice of visible ground, local memory, or coincidence shaped by the needs of settlement. The pattern invites attention, but the motive must be handled carefully. You step through the doorway. The air inside is cool and smells of damp stone, smoke, wax, wool, and earth. Light enters through a small opening and falls in a pale bar across the floor. There are no vast stained glass windows yet, No soaring towers, no elaborate medieval soundscape. The space is intimate, almost bare. A simple altar stands at the far end. The shadows gather in corners like old water. Here, Christianity is still becoming part of the landscape. It does not arrive everywhere at once, and it does not erase older habits instantly. Conversion is a slow human process. It moves through kings, missionaries, households, trade, marriage, burial customs, law, healing practices, and local authority. People may learn new prayers while still remembering old places. A holy well may keep drawing visitors even when its story changes. A graveyard may continue where ancestors already lay. You kneel beside a stone basin near the wall. It is worn smooth by hands. Perhaps it once belonged to a Roman building. Perhaps not. Perhaps it was made for this church. The stone itself gives no easy answer. Reused material can confuse time. A Roman column in an early church does not mean Roman religion survived there unchanged. It may mean the stone was useful, beautiful, available, or symbolically powerful. Objects travel through meanings as they travel through walls. Outside, a path leads downhill toward a spring. You follow it through wet grass. The water emerges from beneath roots and stones, clear and cold. Someone has placed small offerings nearby in your imagination, a pin, a cloth scrap, a carved token, a coin from a later visitor, a whispered prayer carried by breath. Holy wells are among the most haunting places in the British landscape because they often seem to hold layers of devotion. Water rises from below, and human need gathers around it. The evidence around wells can be difficult to read. Some were clearly important in Christian practice, associated with saints, healing, pilgrimage, or local devotion. Others may sit in landscapes with earlier significance, but proving continuity back into prehistoric or Romano-British ritual is not always possible. Still, the emotional logic is powerful. A spring that mattered before could matter again under a new name. Water does not need a written charter to draw the suffering, the grateful, and the afraid. You cup your hand into the spring. The cold shocks your skin. In a world without modern medicine, clean water, healing places, saints, relics, and prayer could become deeply intertwined. A person might come with fever, blindness, pain, grief, barrenness, fear for a child, or guilt that no one else could carry. The well receives private desperation in public tradition. It is both physical resource and spiritual threshold. You return to the churchyard as the mist begins to lift. Graves lie close around the building, some marked, many not. Burial near a church became an important part of Christian landscapes, but older habits did not always disappear without tension. Grave orientation, grave goods, cremation, inhumation, ancestral places, and the treatment of older burial mounds all changed across time and region. The dead remained central to how community understood belonging. You stop beside a grave cut close to the church wall. The person within may have been wrapped in cloth, placed without rich objects, aligned according to Christian custom. Nearby, an older mound rises beneath grass, perhaps prehistoric, perhaps later. The two burial worlds share the same field, but not the same language. One speaks through ancestral earth and ancient monument, the other through church, prayer, resurrection, and consecrated ground. Yet the human impulse beneath both is familiar: keep the dead near meaning. Inside the church, a priest or monk may read from a text that few around him can understand fully. Writing has returned in a new form after the thinner documentary world of post-Roman Britain. Manuscripts, charters, saints' lives, inscriptions, and later chronicles will begin giving historians more voices, though still selective ones. The written word helps the past survive, but it also changes what survives. Sacred institutions preserve their own concerns, ordinary hunger, jokes, doubt, and local fear remain faint. You walk along the church wall and notice another reused stone, carved with a pattern partly hidden by mortar. Perhaps it came from a Roman tomb, perhaps from a decorative building, perhaps it was chosen simply because it fit. The wall becomes a quiet archive of practical decisions. Builders did not always treat ruins as museums. They treated them as material. Still, when old stone enters sacred architecture, it can carry a strange aura, whether intended or not. Not every old sacred site became a church. Not every church stands on a pagan place. Simple stories are tempting, but landscapes are more complex. Some churches were founded for pastoral needs, royal authority, monastic discipline, land ownership, missionary strategy, or proximity to settlement. Others may have deliberately claimed older places of power. The most cautious reading allows both practical and symbolic motives often work together. As evening approaches, candlelight appears inside the church. The small flame trembles against rough walls, much as torchlight once trembled in caves, and oil lamps glowed in Roman shrines. You feel the continuity, not of belief in a simple line, but of human behaviour around darkness. People keep making enclosed places for hope. They keep setting light against stone. They keep bringing fear, memory, death, and longing into rooms shaped by the earth. You stand outside as mist gathers again over the graves. The spring murmurs below. The old Roman road fades into the field. Beneath the churchyard lie burials, fragments, foundations, and perhaps traces older than anyone here can name. The church is new. The shadows beneath it are not, and as the bell sounds softly across the valley, you understand that history often survives by changing its name. You leave the churchyard as morning fog gathers in the low fields, and the path leads you away from belled wells and reused Roman stone toward a quieter kind of ruin. At first, there seems to be nothing ahead except pasture. Grass moves under a pale wind. Sheep graze near a hedge. A stream runs shallow through the valley, its banks dark with mud. The land looks peaceful, almost ordinary. Then you begin to notice the shapes. Low ridges ripple across the field in long parallel lines. A hollow track cuts between them, sunken by centuries of passing feet and wheels. Rectangular platforms appear beneath the grass, too regular to be natural. A raised bank curves where a boundary once stood. Near the slope, a small mound marks where a building may have collapsed, not in a single dramatic moment, but slowly, season by season, until timber, thatch, and memory became soil. This is a lost medieval village. Though no tower announces it, no gate stands open, no street sign keeps its name alive. It is not buried deep beneath a city. It lies just under grass, almost visible, almost forgotten. You walk into it gently, as if entering a sleeping house. Across Britain and Europe, thousands of abandoned settlements survive as earthworks, field marks, crop marks, place names, documents, or scattered archaeology. Some were deserted after plague, some after economic change, some after landowners converted arable fields to pasture, some after climate stress, warfare, soil exhaustion, shifting trade routes, or gradual decline. The evidence narrows the possibilities in certain cases, but it rarely gives every family's reason for leaving. You follow the sunken lane into the village. It is lower than the fields around it, worn down by hooves, carts, boots, rain, and time. In wet weather, it would have filled with mud. In winter, frost would have hardened the ruts. In summer, dust may have risen around animals and passing wheels. A lane like this was not only a route, It was the spine of daily life. People carried grain, firewood, water, tools, news, gossip, sorrow, and hope along this hollow. On one side, you see a house platform, a raised rectangle where a timber and clay building once stood. You imagine the walls wattle woven between posts, daubed with clay, roofed with thatch. Smoke leaks through gaps. Inside, the room is dim, warm near the hearth, cold near the walls. A pot hangs over the fire. Straw bedding lies against one side. Tools rest where hands can find them. The smell is smoke, wool, damp clothing, stored grain, animals, and earth. Medieval village life was not romantic simplicity. It was labour measured by seasons: ploughing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, threshing, grinding, baking, brewing, mending, tending animals, repairing fences, paying rents, attending church, observing feast days, fearing failed crops and sickness. The ordinary rhythm could feel stable for generations until it did not. A village might appear permanent to those born inside it, yet still vanish from the landscape within a few lifetimes. You step beyond the house platform into the open fields. The long ridges beneath the grass are ridge and furrow, traces of medieval ploughing. Teams of oxen pulled ploughs back and forth, turning strips year after year until the soil formed waves. These ridges can survive for centuries when later farming does not flatten them. They are among the quietest and most beautiful records of labour in the land. What can be measured is clear the width of strips, the direction of ploughing, the arrangement of fields, the relationship between houses and agriculture. What was felt is harder: the aching hands, the pressure of rent, the fear of late frost, the relief of harvest, the smell of cut grain, the sound of bells marking sacred time while bodies move through practical work. The field remembers labour's shape, but not its exhaustion. You return toward the village centre, where a chapel or small church may once have stood. Perhaps only stones remain. Perhaps the parish church survived elsewhere while the houses disappeared. In many deserted villages, the church, manor, or field pattern offers clues to social structure. A manor house might stand slightly apart. Peasant holdings line the lane. Gardens lie behind homes. A pond provides water. A mill waits near the stream. The village was a system, not a scatter of huts. Another possibility lingers in places like this. Abandonment may have been slow enough that no one thought of it as catastrophe at first. One family leaves. A house falls empty. A field is consolidated. A landlord changes land use. A sickness reduces labour. Younger people move away. Roofs are not repaired. Lanes grow quiet. Within memory, the village becomes smaller. Later, it becomes a place where people say there used to be houses. The Black Death transformed many communities in the 14th century, killing vast numbers and disrupting labour, landholding, and social relations. But not every deserted medieval village was abandoned because of plague, and assigning plague as the cause without site-specific evidence can flatten the story. Economic pressure, enclosure, changing markets, and local decisions often mattered too. The pattern is visible, the motive less so. You stand beside the stream and watch water pass over stones. A mill may once have turned nearby, grinding grain into flour, making sound that carried through the valley. The miller's work was essential and sometimes resented. Grain, bread, rent, obligation, and survival all met at such places. Now there is only water and reeds. The stream continues, indifferent to the absence of wheels. A soft modern comparison rises quietly. Today, abandoned places often become photographs, ruins, destinations, or online mysteries. In the medieval world, abandonment was usually less theatrical. It was a roof no longer mended, a hearth gone cold, a garden returning to nettles, a path used less often until grass entered the ruts, a name remaining in documents after the people who gave it meaning had gone. You walk uphill to look back across the whole site. From above, the lost village appears as a ghost map. Lane, house platforms, fields, boundaries, holloways, ponds, and possible enclosures all become visible in low relief. It is like seeing the shadow of a community pressed into the earth. No voices remain, yet the layout speaks. It tells you where people slept, worked, walked, gathered, and left. The surviving traces refuse a simple answer, because ordinary lives are rarely simple. These villages were not prehistoric, yet they too belong to the larger human story of disappearance. They lived after Rome, after churches, after written records, and still most of them remain nameless. Civilization did not prevent forgetting. It only changed the kinds of evidence people left behind. As evening approaches, mist returns to the valley, the ridges soften, the house platforms blur, sheep move through what was once a street. The hollow lane darkens first, holding shadow like water. You listen for voices and hear only wind in grass. The buried villages nobody sees are not always underground. Sometimes they lie in open fields, hidden by familiarity. And sometimes the most vanished worlds are the ones we walk across without knowing. You leave the lost village under a sky the colour of old ash, and the path carries you toward a larger church standing alone above the valley. Its tower rises from the mist, square and silent, with dark openings where bells will one day answer storms, funerals, weddings, and dawn. Around it, the graveyard slopes unevenly toward a stone wall. Yew trees lean over the ground, their branches dense enough to make daylight feel older. The village behind you was nearly invisible beneath grass. This place is visible, but its deeper rooms are hidden. You approach the church door as rain begins to fall lightly. The wood is dark with age, iron hinges cold and black. Inside, the air is still. Stone arches hold the ceiling above you. The nave is dim, smelling of dust, wax, damp wool, and old wood. Your footsteps move softly over worn flagstones. Somewhere high in the tower, a rope sways slightly in a draught. The bell does not ring, but its silence feels heavy. Churches are often imagined as places of light, music, and gathering, but they also contain underground worlds, crypts below the floor, burial vaults beneath side chapels, charnel spaces where bones were stored after graves were cleared, reliquaries, sealed chambers, forgotten stairways, and low passages where air barely moves. These are not caves, yet they return you to the same ancient feeling stone, darkness, memory, and the dead kept close to the living. You follow a narrow stair downward near the side of the church. The steps are uneven, worn in the centre by feet that descended with lamps, coffins, tools, or prayers. The air cools immediately. Sounds from above soften into a faint wooden creak, and the distant breath of rain against windows. At the bottom, a crypt opens before you, low-vaulted and shadowed. Your small flame touches the ceiling and wakes beads of moisture in the stone. The crypt is not built for comfort. It is built for nearness. Here, important dead might be placed beneath the sacred space, close to altar, relic, prayer, and memory. In some churches, crypts held saints or local holy figures. In others, they held wealthy patrons, clergy, noble families, or older burials disturbed and gathered again. The arrangement can look orderly, but the story beneath it is often layered, revised, and interrupted by later rebuilding. You move along the wall and see niches, stone coffins, and darker gaps where chambers may extend out of sight. A carved lid rests against one side, its figure worn almost smooth by time. The face has lost its features. Hands once folded in prayer are now softened into shape without detail. The body represented here is not the body itself, yet it asks to be remembered. Stone tries to hold identity longer than flesh can. The evidence in crypts can be unusually rich, but also difficult. Burials may be moved, vaults reopened, bones mixed, inscriptions lost, and records damaged. A coffin plate may give a name. A carved symbol may suggest status. Textile fragments may hint at clothing. Bones may show age, disease, trauma, diet, or ancestry. But even when science tells you much, it does not recover the private moment of grief when the body was carried down the steps. You pause before a sealed arch. The masonry looks slightly different from the surrounding wall. Perhaps it was blocked after a chamber was filled. Perhaps it once led to another part of the crypt. Perhaps it was only a structural change during rebuilding. The pattern is visible, the motive less so. Medieval and later churches were not frozen monuments. They were altered constantly, expanded, repaired, damaged, restored, stripped, repainted, reused, and reinterpreted. Above you, generations prayed, sang, confessed, bargained, feared judgment, celebrated feast days, and watched candles burn before images. Below them, the dead rested within the same sacred architecture. This vertical arrangement matters. The living did not always separate themselves from the dead as modern cities often do. Death was underfoot, beside the wall, outside the door, inside the churchyard, present in bells and calendar prayers. You leave the crypt and enter a smaller chamber where bones are stacked in the quiet order of a charnel space. Skulls, femurs, fragments, and unnamed remains gather together after individual graves have been disturbed or cleared. The sight is unsettling, but not meant as horror. In medieval Christian Europe, bones could be treated with reverence as practicality and theological seriousness. The body would decay, but resurrection remained part of belief. Bone was not meaningless debris. A charnel house reveals a different relationship with mortality. Modern people often hide death behind sealed institutions, clean surfaces, and private rooms. Here, death is integrated into sacred geography. The living pass through churchyards daily. They hear bells for the dying. They see graves near the path. They understand that the ground is crowded with those who came before. The nearness can feel severe, but also honest. One reading of such spaces emphasizes humility. The bones remind the living of their own end. Another reading focuses on practical need. Churchyards filled, graves were reused, remains had to be stored. Both can be true. Medieval people were practical and symbolic at once, just as prehistoric people were. A bone store can solve a problem and teach a lesson. The ancient habit of layering meaning over necessity never went away. You climb a second stair that leads toward the tower base. The air smells of damp rope and old timber. Above, the bell chamber waits in darkness. Bells shaped medieval soundscapes in ways difficult to imagine now. They marked prayer, danger, death, time, celebration, and community boundaries. Their sound travelled across fields, villages, ruins, and roads. A bell could gather the living and speak for the dead. You stand beneath it and listen to silence, in your mind. The bell rings once. The sound moves through stone, down into the crypt, out across graves, over the lost village, along the hollow lane, across fields where ridge and furrow still remember ploughs. Sound becomes a map of belonging. Before modern clocks and notifications, bells told bodies when to stop, gather, mourn, wake, and pray. Outside, rain thickens. You return to the nave, where candlelight trembles near the altar. The floor beneath you may cover older burials. The walls may hold reused Roman stone. The church may stand near a spring, a mound, an old road, or a forgotten settlement. The entire building is a vessel of accumulated histories. It gathers the prehistoric impulse to mark the dead, the Roman habit of durable stone, the Christian language of salvation, and the village need for shared place. The surviving traces refuse to fit one clean category. A crypt is architecture, but also emotion. A bell is technology, but also memory. A bone chamber is practical, but also spiritual. A church is a building, but also a machine for organizing time, death, and hope. Beneath its floor, the human story continues in a darkness carefully made and carefully entered. You step back into the rain. The graveyard is silver now, every stone beaded with water. Some names are readable, others have vanished entirely. Beneath them lie bodies whose stories were once known to someone. Beyond the wall, the lost village waits under grass. Beneath the church, the crypt cools in silence. You look up as the bell finally sounds. It rolls through mist, soft and low, not frightening, not loud, but deep enough to seem older than the church itself. And for a moment, every buried layer beneath you seems to answer. You leave the church and follow the bell's fading sound into open country, where rain has softened the fields and the earth gives back the smell of roots, chalk, clay, and old grass. The path climbs toward a high place where no building stands, no tower rises, and no inscription explains what happened here. Yet the land is marked, not dramatically at first, only faintly. A bank lifting under the grass, a ditch curving through the slope, a hollow that seems too regular to be natural. You stop and look carefully. The field is not empty, it is written in earth. Across Britain and Europe, ancient landscapes are filled with earthworks that refuse easy explanation, ditches without clear settlements, mounds whose first purpose is unclear, enclosures that may have held animals, rituals, gatherings, burials, defences, or boundaries. Long banks crossing hills, circular features softened by ploughing, holloways worn into the ground. Some can be dated, some can be mapped, some can be excavated. But even when their shape is known, their meaning often remains partly out of reach. You walk toward the nearest bank. It rises only slightly, perhaps knee-high in its surviving form, but when new it may have stood higher, sharper, more deliberate. Rain gathers in the ditch beside it. The water reflects the grey sky in broken pieces. You imagine people cutting this ditch by hand with antler, bone, wood, stone, bronze, or iron tools, depending on the period. Earth is lifted, carried, piled. The work is slow. The result changes how bodies move through space. A ditch can keep animals in. It can keep strangers out. It can guide movement. It can mark a boundary. It can surround a settlement, a burial place, a shrine, a field, a gathering ground, or something we do not have a word for anymore. This is the problem with earthworks. Their forms can look familiar while their purposes remain uncertain. A circle is not always a village. A bank is not always defence. A hollow is not always accident. The ground hints at repeated human attention. Near the enclosure entrance, the bank turns inward, forming a narrow passage. Perhaps people once entered here in single file. Perhaps carts passed through. Perhaps animals were driven between posts. Perhaps the entrance was designed to impress, control, or slow movement. What can be measured is the shape. What cannot be easily recovered is the feeling of approaching it when it was new. You step through the gap. The interior is open, grassy, and quiet. Wind moves across it from the west. There are no houses visible now. though post holes may lie beneath the soil. No altar stands, though offerings may once have been placed in pits. No crowd remains, though the space may have held gatherings. You are inside a structure made mostly of absence. This is one of archaeology's strangest lessons. A vanished place can still organize your body. Some enclosures appear connected with domestic life. Others seem too empty, too carefully placed, or too unusual to explain as settlements alone. Causewayed enclosures of the Neolithic, for example, often contain interrupted ditches, deposits of pottery, animal bone, human bone, and other materials that suggest complex activities. Were they meeting places, ritual centres, seasonal gathering sites, exchange zones, conflict arenas, or places where communities negotiated identity? Different sites may have answered differently. You kneel beside a shallow pit near the imagined entrance. It may hold broken pottery, charcoal, animal bone, flint, or nothing at all. A broken pot in a ditch can be rubbish. It can also be a deliberate deposit after a meal, ceremony, or closure event. A bone can be food waste, sacrifice, memory, or practical discard. The object alone rarely speaks clearly. Context gives it a voice, but even context can whisper. The surviving traces refuse a simple answer because ancient acts were not always divided into the categories modern people prefer. A feast can be social, political, spiritual, and economic. A boundary can protect land, display authority, and mark belonging. A ditch can be both practical and symbolic. A mound can be a grave, a memory device, a landmark, and a statement of control. The ancient world did not need to choose one meaning. You continue across the enclosure and climb a long bank that runs along the ridge. From here, the view opens across fields, woods, river bends, and distant hills. The bank seems to divide one side of the landscape from another, though no obvious threat appears. Its length suggests serious labour. Its purpose is harder to pin down. It may have marked territory. It may have guided movement. It may have created a boundary between communities, grazing zones, sacred areas, or routes. Long linear earthworks are especially haunting because they feel like sentences with missing words. You can follow them for miles in some places, watching them rise and fade with the terrain. They're too large to be casual, but often too ambiguous to explain simply. They may belong to conflict, land division, prestige, cattle management, frontier making, or memory. The line is visible, the intention is missed. You walk along the crest, grass brushes your legs, the wind is stronger here, carrying the smell of rain and distant smoke. You imagine workers stretched across the hill, digging, carrying baskets of earth, resting, arguing, laughing, calling instructions. Such construction required cooperation, whether directed by leaders, shaped by community obligation, or built over time by repeated work. The earthwork represents organized effort. The landscape itself became a project. A quiet puzzle remains. Why did so many societies choose earth as their monument? Stone endures more visibly. But earth was everywhere. It could be moved by many hands. It could shape space at enormous scale. It could make a boundary that animals, travellers, and enemies felt directly. It could turn ordinary land into remembered land. Even when softened by centuries, an earthwork still changes how you walk. You descend from the ridge toward a holloway. Unlike the bank, this feature was not necessarily planned in one act. It was worn down slowly by repeated passage. Feet, hooves, wheels, rain, and time cut the lane deeper and deeper until the ground rose on either side like walls. Trees lean over it, roots exposed along the banks. The air inside is cooler, shaded, and still. It feels like a tunnel made by travel, This kind of feature carries a different mystery. No single builder made it. It is architecture created by repetition. People going to fields, markets, churches, mills, mines, villages, and distant roads slowly carve themselves into the earth. A holloway is memory without a monument. It is the shape of habit made visible. You walk inside it and feel surrounded by all the journeys that deepened it before you. As evening lowers, the landscape becomes harder to read. The banks flatten into shadow. The ditch fills with darkness. The enclosure disappears from some angles and reappears from others. You realize how much depends on light, season, and attention. Aerial photography, lidar, excavation, geophysics, and careful field walking can reveal patterns invisible from the ground. Yet standing here in fading light, you understand why these places could vanish in plain sight. The earthworks that refuse explanation are not failures of archaeology. They're reminders that human life is more layered than any single interpretation. People made boundaries, gathered in open spaces, buried objects, moved animals, shaped routes, defended homes, remembered ancestors, and marked the land with meanings that shifted through generations. You reach the edge of the enclosure as darkness settles. Behind you, the field looks almost ordinary again, but now you know that ordinary land can hide enormous questions, written not in ink or stone, but in the quiet rise and fall of the earth. You leave the earthworks behind as the path widens toward the sea, and the story begins to stretch beyond Britain. The air changes first. It grows saltier, colder, more open. Gulls move above the grey water. Waves fold against dark rocks with a slow, repeated breath. Across that water, beyond the mist and the horizon, other landscapes hold their own hidden chambers, souterrains, mines, caves, hypogea, wells, tunnels, and underground rooms carved by hands that never knew the names of one another. The mystery is no longer only local. You stand on the edge of ancient Britain and imagine Europe beneath you, not as a map of borders, but as a deep landscape of descents. In Ireland, stone-lined souterrains twist under farmsteads and ring forts. In France and Spain, painted caves reach into Ice Age darkness. In Malta, underground temples and burial chambers sink into soft stone. In Italy, catacombs and tombs spread beneath cities. In the Balkans and Central Europe, mines, ritual pits, and burial mounds open into the earth. Everywhere, in different ways. People went below. Not all underground places are connected in meaning. That is important. A flint mine is not a catacomb. A souterrain is not a Paleolithic painted cave. A burial hypogeum is not a Roman sewer. But when you place them beside one another, a pattern begins to appear. Across ages and regions, humans repeatedly used the underground for survival, storage, extraction, burial, secrecy, ritual, refuge, memory, and transformation. The pattern is broad. The motives shift. You board a small imagined boat and cross a cold prehistoric sea. The water is restless, slate-coloured, flecked with pale foam. Behind you, Britain fades into mist. Ahead, the continent waits with its own buried worlds. Ancient travel by water was never simple. Boats carried goods, people, animals, stories, and risk. Coastlines changed. Storms interrupted plans. Islands and estuaries became meeting points. The sea separated communities, but it also joined them. When you step ashore, the first place you enter is a cave. The entrance is low, half hidden by trees and rock. Inside, the air smells of limestone, damp clay, and stillness. The torchlight reveals animals painted on walls far from daylight, their bodies following the curves of stone. Here, the Ice Age mind returns. Not the same people you followed earlier, perhaps not the same language or tradition, but the same human act of carrying light into darkness and leaving marks where the sun cannot reach. The record is generous with images and silent about intention. At some European cave sites, the art is so skillful that it overturns any lazy idea of prehistoric simplicity. Horses, bison, lions, rhinoceroses, deer, and abstract signs appear with confidence and sensitivity. Yet the meaning of these images remains debated not because the evidence is weak, but because the images are too rich for one explanation. Hunting, memory, teaching, ceremony, altered states, social identity, and cosmology may all touch parts of the truth without owning it. You leave the painted cave and travel south in imagination to an underground burial place carved into stone. The passage descends into a cool chamber where the dead were gathered over generations. The air is dry, close, and silent. Niches open along the walls. Bones, offering, pots, beads, and carved forms may have once filled the space. This is not a natural cave used by chance. It is architecture made below the surface, a deliberate underworld built by human hands. In parts of the Mediterranean, underground burial chambers could become elaborate worlds for the dead. The living carved rooms, corridors, and chambers into rock, sometimes echoing the forms of houses above ground. Death was given an interior. The dead were not merely placed away from life. They were housed in another kind of space. The safest answer is also the least satisfying. These chambers likely served many purposes at once, including burial, memory, lineage, ritual, and identity. You move again, crossing fields and centuries, and enter a souterrain under a farmstead in northwestern Europe. The entrance is narrow, hidden or partly concealed. Stone walls press close. The passage turns sharply, then widens into a chamber. The air is cool enough for storage, dark enough for secrecy, and enclosed enough for unease. Such underground structures have been found in places like Ireland, Scotland, Brittany, and beyond, often associated with later prehistoric or early medieval settlements. Some souterrains may have stored food or valuables. Some may have served as refuges during raids. Some may have had social or symbolic roles now difficult to recover. Their design varies, and that variation matters. A passage built for storage does not always need complex turns or hidden entrances. A refuge must be entered quickly, but also concealed. A chamber beneath a home can be both practical and psychologically charged. One clue points one way, another pulls the story elsewhere. You imagine a family entering such a passage at night. Above ground, wind moves over thatch, dogs bark. Someone hears danger on the track. A lamp is covered. People descend with children, food, or precious objects. The passage smells of earth, stored grain, fear, and breath. The stone keeps voices low. Whether this exact scene happened in every souterrain is unknowable, but the architecture allows the possibility. Underground spaces often become important because they give humans another option when the surface feels unsafe. Farther east, you descend into ancient mines where stone, salt, copper, or iron drew people below. Each mine has its own geology, its own labour, its own danger. Salt mines could preserve organic materials that would vanish elsewhere. Copper miners could feed regional exchange networks. Iron workings could reshape farming and warfare. The underground was a warehouse of substances that altered history above. Yet beneath every metal object lies the same dark beginning. Someone had to enter the earth. You travel next beneath a city, into catacombs and burial galleries where later ancient and early Christian communities placed the dead underground. Narrow passages branch through soft stone. Niches line the walls. Lamps once flickered here. Names, symbols, prayers, and painted images appeared in dim chambers where families came to mourn, remember, and hope. The atmosphere is calm, but deeply inward. The dead are not under a lonely mound now. They are part of an underground city of memory. The question stays open because the people who knew the full answer often left only fragments. A symbol painted near a tomb may mean faith, family, profession, hope, grief, protection, or several of these together. A chamber might be shaped by theology, available geology, burial law, community identity, or practical need. The underground has a way of gathering explanations rather than choosing among them. As your journey across hidden Europe continues, you begin to sense that the underground is one of humanity's oldest recurring ideas. It is where useful stone waits, where the dead are placed, where food can be kept cool, where danger can be avoided, where sacred water rises, where secrecy can be protected, where fear and comfort meet. Every culture shaped it differently, but again and again, people found reasons to go beneath. You return in thought to Britain with this wider pattern behind you. The caves, mines, crypts, wells, souterrains, drains, and buried chambers no longer feel isolated. They feel like variations on a human habit older than civilization itself. The surface world is where people build identities in daylight. The underground is where they store what is precious, dangerous, dead, sacred, hidden, or not yet understood. The sea wind moves around you as evening falls. Across Europe, unseen chambers sleep under fields, towns, churches, forests, islands, and cities. Some have been excavated, some have been mapped, some are known only in local memory, some remain sealed. You look down at the ground beneath your feet. It is not only Britain that is layered. The whole ancient world has a shadow beneath it. You return from the wider underground map of Europe and find yourself standing at the mouth of another dark place, not tied to one culture or one century, but to something older in the human mind. The entrance is low, wet with recent rain, and framed by roots that twist through the soil like sleeping fingers. Behind you, the surface world is grey and open. Ahead, the passage narrows into blackness. You step inside, the air changes at once. It is cooler, heavier, and still. The sounds of birds and wind fade behind you until the only clear rhythm is water dripping somewhere in the dark. Your torchlight reaches the walls in soft, uneven shapes. The stone is damp under your hand. The ground slopes down. Each step feels less like movement through space and more like movement into an idea that humans have carried for a very long time. What did ancient people fear below? The easiest answer is danger. Caves could hold animals or bad air, falling stones, hidden drops, darkness, cold, and disorientation. Mines could collapse. Wells could drown. Burial chambers held the dead. Underground passages could trap the living. The physical risks were real enough, but fear is rarely only physical. Underground places also unsettle the mind because they remove the sky, compress the body, distort sound, and place the living in contact with depth, darkness, and things concealed. You pause where the ceiling lowers. The torch smoke brushes the stone above you and rolls back in thin layers. Breathing becomes more noticeable. A sound behind you may be only a drop of water, but your body listens as if it might be something else. This is not superstition. It is biology and environment meeting memory. Humans evolved to read darkness cautiously. A space you cannot see completely asks your imagination to finish it. Across ancient cultures, below ground often became associated with the dead, spirits, hidden beings, ancestors, underworld realms. buried treasure, monsters, gods, punishment, rebirth, and transformation. The forms differ widely, and it would be careless to claim one universal belief. Yet the pattern is hard to ignore. Again and again, people placed meaning beneath the surface. The underground became a place where ordinary categories changed. You move deeper into the passage and think of burial. To bury someone is to place them below the feet of the living. It protects the body, but it also changes its location in the human imagination. The dead are not simply gone. They are beneath, nearby, but unreachable, present, but silent. In many societies, this closeness could comfort or disturb. The grave is a boundary that both separates and connects. In prehistoric tombs, bodies and bones were placed in chambers that could sometimes be revisited. In later churchyards, the dead gathered around sacred buildings. In catacombs, they lined underground corridors. In all these cases, burial created a vertical relationship between surface life and hidden memory. You walk above the dead, you pray above them, you build over them, you farm near them. The world below becomes part of social life. The landscape keeps the outline, not the motive. We can see where bodies were placed, how graves were shaped, what objects accompanied them, and whether remains were moved or left undisturbed. But the feeling of death in the community is harder to recover. Was the buried person feared, loved, honoured, managed, protected, or transformed? The answer may differ from grave to grave, family to family, generation to generation. You come to a pool where water gathers in a stone basin. The torch reflects in the black surface. Water from below has always carried a special quality. Springs rise from unseen depths. Wells open into darkness and return something necessary. Rivers vanish underground and emerge elsewhere. To people without modern geology, such movements could seem like signs of hidden worlds. Even with geology, the feeling remains. Water rising from darkness feels older than explanation. Ancient wells and springs often attracted offerings, prayers, curses, healing traditions, and stories. The practical need for water and the symbolic power of depth could blend naturally. A well is useful every day, yet it also looks like a vertical passage into the unknown. You lower a bucket and wait for sound. You drop an object and never see where it lands. The unseen receives and returns. Another possibility lingers around caves. They can feel like mouths, wombs, shelters, graves, and entrances all at once. A cave protects you from wind and rain, but it also leads into darkness beyond human control. It can feel like the body of the earth. Not because every culture said so directly, but because the sensation invites metaphor. You enter through an opening. You move inward. The air changes. You emerge altered by the experience. This may help explain why cave art, initiation spaces, mystery cult chambers, burial tombs, and underground shrines often feel psychologically powerful even when their beliefs are different. The setting itself does some of the work. It narrows vision. It intensifies sound. It makes fire precious. It separates those inside from those outside. It turns ordinary movement into passage. You continue until the tunnel widens slightly. Here, darkness gathers beyond the torch's reach. You imagine a prehistoric person standing where you stand, hearing water and breath, feeling the stone close around them. You imagine a Roman worshipper entering a cave-like temple beneath the town. You imagine a medieval villager descending into a crypt by candlelight. Different centuries, different beliefs, same human body meeting enclosed darkness. The record is generous with structures and silent about fear. Archaeologists can excavate lamps, soot, bones, offerings, carvings, shafts, and steps. They can show that people entered these spaces deliberately, but fear itself does not preserve. Awe does not preserve. A whispered warning does not preserve. Only the things used during those moments remain, and even those may be ambiguous. You begin to understand that ancient fear was not always terror. Sometimes it was respect, sometimes caution, sometimes sacred unease. A dangerous place could also be powerful. A burial chamber could be frightening and necessary. A mine could be feared and valued. A cave could shelter and disturb. A well could sustain life and receive curses. The underworld was not simply evil in every tradition. It was deeper than that. It was the place where hidden forces lived. Modern life often tries to flatten darkness. Streetlights, screens, maps, cameras, and constant sound make the world feel available. But ancient people knew many forms of darkness intimately. Night without electric light, forest shadow, storm cloud, cave interior, windowless room, smoke-darkened house, grave, mine. Well, the unknown was not an abstract category. It was physical, cold, and close. You turn back toward the entrance. The small patch of daylight is visible now, pale and distant. With every step upward, the air warms slightly. Sounds return wind, birds, the faint movement of grass outside. Yet you carry the underground feeling with you. It has changed how the surface looks. The open sky seems wider. The soil seems less still. The world beneath your feet feels crowded with meanings. What ancient people feared below was not only death, nor darkness, nor danger. They feared, respected, and entered the hidden part of the world because it touched everything they could not fully control. And that is why the underground never stopped calling them back. You leave the cave mouth and step back into a landscape that seems solid, but now you know better. The ground beneath you holds graves, roads, mines, houses, pits, temples, bones, tools, seeds, drains, and forgotten rooms. The hills keep their shapes only for a while. The rivers move. The forests advance and retreat. The sea takes land and returns shells. Human beings build, speak, remember, and vanish. What remains is never the whole story. You walk toward the coast beneath a low grey sky. The wind carries salt and rain. Grass bends along the cliff edge, and far below, waves break against dark stone. It is beautiful, but not stable. It never was. Ancient coastlines shifted constantly across deep time. Places where people hunted, camped, gathered shellfish, crossed rivers, made tools, and buried their dead may now lie far offshore beneath silt, sand, and cold water. This is one of the missing chapters of humanity, the drowned world. Long before modern Britain became an island in the familiar sense, lower sea levels exposed lands that connected it to mainland Europe. Rivers crossed wide plains, animals moved through grassland and wetland. Human groups followed them, made camps, used wood, bone, stone, hide, and fire, and left traces that the rising sea later swallowed. Today, parts of that lost landscape survive only through seabed surveys, dredged bones, ancient sediments, and fragments pulled from beneath the North Sea. You stand at the cliff edge and imagine a valley that is no longer visible. A stream moves through reeds. Smoke rises from a temporary camp. Children follow adults along a muddy bank. Someone sharpens a blade. Someone watches deer cross open ground. The scene is ordinary, and that is what makes its loss so powerful. Not a palace sinking beneath waves, not a mythical city punished by gods, just human life continuing until the map itself changed. The evidence bends toward this, but never fully settles into a complete picture. Submerged landscapes can be mapped through geology, seismic data, pollen, ancient DNA in sediments and occasional artifacts. Yet water damages context, currents move objects, organic remains survive unevenly. A bone dredged from the sea may reveal that animals lived there, but not the full pattern of human life around them. The drowned world is real, but its details flicker. You walk inland again, away from the cliff, and enter a forest where another kind of loss waits. Wooden structures vanish almost everywhere unless special conditions preserve them. Yet for much of human history, wood may have been more important than stone. Houses, shrines, fences, boats, tools, bowls, carts, trackways, bridges, idols, traps, handles, looms, and platforms were made from trees. Whole worlds of carpentry have disappeared because wood returns easily to soil. This missing wooden world changes how you imagine prehistory. Stone circles survive and dominate the eye, but timber circles once stood too. Stone tombs remain visible, but wooden houses held daily life. Roman walls endure, but timber workshops, sheds, stalls, fences, and roofs shaped ordinary movement. Medieval villages leave earthworks, but their walls and roofs were once warm, smoky, and alive. The archaeological record is not only a record of what mattered, it is also a record of what resisted decay. You pause beside a fallen tree. Its bark is wet, its interior softened by rot. In a few years, it will be almost indistinguishable from the forest floor. Now imagine a wooden shrine, a carved post, a boat left on a riverbank, a fence around animals, a loom inside a house, a child's toy, a ladder descending into a pit. Without waterlogged soil, charring, salt, or unusual preservation, these things vanish. Their absence can make ancient people seem less skilled, less built, less surrounded by objects than they truly were. The record is generous with stone and metal, but quieter about fibre, wood, leather, and cloth. Clothing decays, nets disappear, baskets collapse, ropes rot, mats return to earth. Yet these materials may have filled ancient lives. A person wore woven or stitched coverings, carried food in bags, slept on bedding, tied tools with cord, repaired shelters with fibre, and moved through a world held together by perishable things. The lost human world before civilization was not bare. It was textured with materials that time rarely keeps. You continue through the trees until the forest opens into a marsh. The ground trembles underfoot. Reeds whisper. Dark water gathers in pools. Places like this sometimes preserve what dry ground destroys. A wooden trackway may survive beneath peat. A body may remain with skin, hair, and clothing. A tool handle may stay intact long after the stone blade would have seemed the only survivor elsewhere. Wetlands are archives, but dangerous ones. They keep secrets selectively. One clue points one way, another pulls the story elsewhere. A bog body may suggest violence, punishment, sacrifice, execution, accident, or a combination of social forces we no longer understand. A wooden trackway may be practical engineering, a route across wet ground. But it may also cross a landscape charged with meaning. A deposited object may be an offering, a loss, a hidden possession, or ritual closure. Preservation gives intimacy, not certainty. You leave the marsh as evening begins. The next missing chapter is even harder to hold the lost world of speech. Most ancient people did not write. Even those who lived near writing often left no words of their own. Their knowledge lived in memory, song, instruction, gesture, warning, law, joke, prayer, curse, and story. Oral tradition can be extraordinarily powerful, but it rarely survives unchanged across deep time unless later written down, and even then it becomes something altered. Think of everything that never entered the ground. the name of a child, the reason a family left a village, the story attached to a stone, the rule for entering a cave, the song sung at a burial, the warning about a dangerous ford, the insult exchanged at a feast, the last words spoken beside a dying fire. None of these leaves a shard or stain, yet these may have been the things that made life feel meaningful from inside. You stand on a ridge as twilight gathers around you. The landscape is full of visible traces, but the invisible losses are larger: drowned coastlines, rotten houses, burned or vanished textiles, forgotten languages, unwritten laws, broken genealogies, lost rituals, songs never recorded, wooden worlds under ploughed fields, settlements erased by rivers, graves without markers, ancient forests cut, regrown, cut again. Human history is not a complete book with missing pages. It is more like a few surviving pages from a library burned slowly by weather. And still the fragments matter: a footprint in ancient mud, a pollen grain in lake sediment, a tool mark in chalk, a seed in a hearth, a tooth that carries chemical memory of childhood, a post hole where a wall once stood, a submerged tree stump on a seabed. Each fragment does not restore the whole world, but it proves that the whole world existed. You look out across the darkening land and feel the mystery deepen. Civilization did not begin from nothing. It rose from countless invisible experiments in survival, memory, cooperation, movement, belief, and making. Most of those experiments left no monument. Many left no trace at all, but they shaped the human mind that later built cities, wrote laws, raised temples, and carved names into stone. The missing chapters of humanity are not empty spaces. They are full of lives that history can feel, but not fully recover. And as night settles over the ridge, you begin to wonder how much of ourselves still belongs to worlds we've forgotten. You leave the ridge of missing chapters and enter a different kind of darkness. Not ancient at first, but modern. It begins inside a research tent at the edge of an excavation, where rain taps softly on canvas and electric lamps glow over trays of soil, bone, pottery, charcoal, and stone. Outside, the landscape is quiet. Inside, every fragment is watched with patience. The archaeologist's world is not loud discovery. It is slow attention. You stand beside a trench cut neatly through layers of earth. Each layer is a page, but not a page written in words. Dark soil, pale clay, ash, rubble, a Roman surface, a medieval pit, a prehistoric stain, roots entering from above, worms mixing what time tried to keep separate. The section wall looks simple until you study it. Then it becomes a vertical history of disturbance, survival, rebuilding, decay, and forgetting. Modern archaeology has changed the way the lost human world can be approached. Early antiquarians often searched for beautiful objects, treasure, monuments, and dramatic finds. Today, the smallest traces can matter as much as gold. A seed burned in a hearth can reveal diet. Pollen can suggest ancient vegetation. A tooth can carry clues about childhood movement. Residue inside a pot can hint at milk, fat, grain, or fermentation. Soil itself can become evidence. You kneel near the trench edge and watch a trowel move slowly across the ground. The motion is careful, almost meditative. The archaeologist does not dig as if attacking the earth. They listen with metal, brush, eye, and memory. A change in colour may mark a pit. A line of stones may be a wall. A cluster of post holes may be a vanished house. A tiny flint flake may be the only sign that someone sat here thousands of years ago and shaped a tool. The strange thing is that excavation destroys as it reveals. Once a layer is removed, it cannot be put back exactly as it was. This is why recording matters so deeply. Plans, photographs, samples, notes, measurements, drawings, scans, and context sheets become the second life of the site. The past is not simply uncovered, it is translated into records before the earth closes again or the trench is filled. You walk to another part of the site where a geophysics survey has traced shapes beneath the grass without opening the ground. On a screen, faint lines appear possible ditches, walls, pits, and enclosures. Magnetometry, ground-penetrating radar, resistivity, and other methods allow researchers to see hints of buried structures before excavation. The field still looks empty to the eye, but the instrument reveals an invisible map. Yet even technology must be interpreted carefully. A dark line in data may be a ditch, a pipe, a geological feature, a later disturbance, or something else entirely. A scan can guide the question, but it does not replace excavation. The buried world remains stubborn. It gives signals, not simple answers. You can map a shape below ground and still not know what it meant to the people who made it. Beyond the field, a drone rises into grey air. From above, the landscape changes again. Earthworks become clearer. Crop marks reveal hidden foundations where plants grow differently over buried stone or filled ditches. LIDAR strips away woodland visually, allowing ancient banks, holloways, mounds, and field systems to appear beneath trees. The modern eye can now see patterns invisible to someone walking at ground level. This has transformed the search for forgotten history. Ancient ruins beneath forests, hidden roads, lost villages, buried enclosures, and forgotten tunnels can emerge in digital relief. But the image is still only a beginning. A line on a LiDAR map may be prehistoric, Roman, medieval, modern, natural, or a mixture of several periods. The excitement of discovery must be balanced by the patience of proof. You enter a laboratory where the atmosphere is warmer, quieter, and almost sacred in its concentration. A fragment of bone lies under a microscope. A soil sample waits in a tube. A pottery shard is labelled with a site code. Ancient DNA, isotope analysis, radiocarbon dating, residue analysis, microscopic wear on tools, and environmental sampling of open doors earlier generations could not have imagined. The lost world is no longer studied only through visible objects. It is studied through chemistry, biology, and traces smaller than dust. A human tooth can reveal where a person may have grown up by the chemical signature of water and geology absorbed during childhood. Ancient DNA can show relationships, ancestry, migration, disease, and population change. Stable isotopes can suggest diet. Radiocarbon dating can place organic remains within time ranges. None of these methods gives a perfect biography, but together they bring ancient people closer than stone alone ever could. You look at the tooth in its small tray and feel the intimacy of it. Once, it belonged to a mouth that ate, spoke, laughed, suffered cold, and perhaps whispered in darkness. Now it is evidence. Science can read parts of its story, but not the person's whole life. It may tell where childhood unfolded, but not what the child feared. It may suggest diet, but not favourite taste. It may link bodies genetically, but not fully recover love, loyalty, resentment, or grief. This is where modern archaeology is most powerful and most humble at the same time. It can correct old assumptions. It can show migration where scholars once imagined isolation. It can reveal women, children, workers, and ordinary households where older histories focused on kings and battles. It can detect diseases, foodways, trade, climate pressure, and craft practice. But it cannot make the dead speak freely. It can only create a more careful silence around them. You return outside as rain clears. The excavation trench shines with moisture. In one corner, a dark circular stain marks a post hole from a vanished structure. Nearby, a line of stones may be a wall. A pit contains pottery, charcoal, and animal bone. Another feature cuts through it, showing that later people disturbed earlier lives without knowing. Time is not stacked neatly, it is tangled. A volunteer brushes soil from a small object. It is not treasure, only a broken pin or nail. Still, everyone looks closely. Ordinary things can carry extraordinary weight because ordinary life is what history loses most easily. The grand monument declares itself. The small object must be rescued from silence. A worn tool can show repeated touch. A repaired pot can show thrift. A child's footprint in clay can collapse thousands of years into one breath. You stand at the edge of the site as evening comes. The archaeologists cover exposed areas, label finds, close boxes, and protect the trench from rain. Nothing feels finished. That is the truth of this work. Every answer opens another question. Every discovery complicates the old story. The past becomes clearer, but also deeper. The more carefully you look, the less simple humanity becomes. Archaeologists work in the dark not because they lack knowledge, but because they know how much darkness remains. They carry lamps into caves, scanners over fields, trowels into soil, and questions into fragments. They do not bring the lost world back completely. They bring back enough to prove that it was stranger, richer, and more human than the surface ever suggested. You leave the research tent as the first stars appear. Behind you, the trench rests under covers. Beneath it, the older world waits patiently for the next careful hand. You leave the excavation trench beneath a sky filled with quiet stars, and the path returns you to the oldest question of the journey. It has followed you through caves, forests, mines, burial chambers, Roman streets, crypts, lost villages, and drowned coastlines. It is not a loud question. It does not demand an answer all at once. It waits beneath every layer of soil. What was civilization, really, and what existed before it? You walk into a wide valley before dawn, where mist gathers in silver bands above the river. On one side, the land rises toward a hill marked by ancient earthworks. On the other, dark trees hide the entrance to a cave. Farther away, a road crosses the slope, first as a prehistoric track, then as a Roman line, then as a medieval lane, then as a modern path. The whole landscape seems to hold every age at once. Civilization is often described through cities, writing, governments, laws, monuments, agriculture, social classes, trade, and organized religion. These features matter. They changed human life profoundly. A city concentrates people, labor, disease, wealth, memory, and authority. Writing allows speech to survive beyond the speaker. Bureaucracy can organize resources at scales no small community could manage. Monumental architecture can make power visible across generations. But after walking through the older world, the definition begins to feel less like a beginning and more like a spotlight. Civilization did not create human complexity from emptiness. It made certain kinds of complexity more visible. Before cities, people already shared knowledge, shaped landscapes, moved materials across long distances, cared for the dead, entered underground spaces, remembered routes, made art, managed fire, built shelters, exchanged objects, and lived inside social rules no document preserved. You stop near the river, where water moves through reeds in the pale light. A prehistoric group might have camped here. A later farming community might have cleared the trees. Iron Age people might have crossed with cattle. Romans might have measured the valley for a road. Medieval villagers might have watered animals at the bank. Modern archaeologists might take sediment cores nearby. The place is not one period. It is a long conversation between humans and landscape. The old story of progress as a simple staircase no longer seems adequate. Hunter-gatherers were not failed farmers. Farmers were not unfinished city dwellers. People without writing were not people without memory. People without stone buildings were not people without architecture. The surface evidence changes, but the human intelligence beneath it runs deep. The question is not whether ancient people were complex. The question is why certain forms of complexity became easier for history to see. You climb a ridge as dawn begins to grey the horizon. From above, the valley looks almost peaceful, but the calm hides pressure. Climate changes, food shortages, rival groups, illness, social ambition, trade opportunities, new technologies, population growth, religious imagination, environmental knowledge. Some communities remained mobile because mobility made sense. Others settled because farming, storage, or local resources made settlement useful. Some built monuments, some did not. None were simply waiting for the next stage. The evidence does not point to one universal road towards civilization. In different regions of the world, agriculture appeared at different times and in different ways. Cities emerged under particular environmental, social, and economic conditions. States rose, failed, transformed, and were resisted. Some societies deliberately avoided certain forms of hierarchy. Others embraced or endured them. Human history is not a ladder. It is a branching underground root system, much of it invisible until erosion, excavation, or accident reveals a piece. You reach a line of stones half buried in grass. They might be part of an old boundary, a collapsed wall, or a structure whose purpose has been erased. You kneel and touch one. It is cold, damp, and ordinary. Yet even ordinary stone can belong to a forgotten system. A field boundary marks work. A wall marks control. A foundation marks shelter. A cairn marks memory. A stone can be simple and still carry a world of relationships. The civilization before civilization may not have been one lost empire or hidden kingdom. It may have been something wider and harder to name the invisible human infrastructure of memory, skill, cooperation, ritual, landscape knowledge, and social obligation that made later civilizations possible. It was carried in hands, not tablets, in paths, not maps, in seasonal return, not written calendars, in shared stories, not archives. It was real, but fragile. You walk toward the cave entrance on the valley's edge. Inside, the darkness waits as it did at the beginning. The air is damp and cool. Your torchlight wakes the walls. There may be no painting here, no treasure, no dramatic chamber, only stone and shadow. Yet the space still matters because it reminds you of something civilization often forgets. The human mind learned depth before it learned cities. It learned fear, fire, memory, and meaning in places where no official history would ever stand. A small sound reaches you from deeper inside, perhaps water, perhaps settling stone. You pause. In this stillness, you can sense why the lost human world remains so powerful for modern viewers. It offers neither simple comfort nor simple terror. It offers scale. It tells you that people lived full emotional lives before the categories that now define history. They worried, taught, loved, mourned, traded, competed, imagined, and adapted beneath skies that looked just like ours. The record gives enough to disturb certainty, but not enough to close the case. We know prehistoric humans were skilled and socially aware. We know they made art, tools, burials, shelters, monuments, and long-distance connections. We know they used underground places in many ways. But we do not know all their words for these acts. We do not know the stories told around every fire. We do not know which child first feared a cave. Which elder first named a hill? Which maker first watched metal shine and felt the world had changed? You leave the cave and return to the ridge as dawn breaks. The mist in the valley glows softly. The river catches light. The ancient road lines become visible for a moment before the sun rises too high and the shadows flatten. This is how the buried past often appears briefly, under the right conditions, when light, angle, weather, and attention meet. Civilization, then, may be less a beginning than a surface. Beneath it lies a much older human world, not less intelligent, only less easily preserved. The lost world before civilization was stranger than we imagined because it was not empty, primitive, or silent. It was full of systems made from perishable things: memory, trust, voice, path, skin, wood, smoke, and earth. You look across the valley one last time. The cities came later, but humanity had already been deep for a very long time. You stand beneath the quiet ridge as the first full light of morning spreads across the valley, and the entire journey seems to gather under your feet. Caves, forests, rivers, mines, roundhouses, Roman roads, abandoned villas, crypts, hidden shrines, drowned coastlines, lost villages, and research trenches all lie behind you now. Yet none of them feels truly left behind. Each one remains like a layer in the ground, still present, still pressing upward through memory. The path ahead leads toward a final ruin on a hill. It is not large. It is not famous. No crowd gathers around it. No sign explains it. Broken stones sit among wet grass, half covered by moss and low flowers. A wall rises to your waist, then ends abruptly where time has taken the rest. A doorway opens onto nothing but sky. Beyond it, mist moves across the fields like slow breath. You walk through the doorway and enter the remains of a building whose purpose is no longer certain. Perhaps it was a medieval chapel. Perhaps it reused Roman stone. Perhaps beneath it lies an older enclosure, a grave, a trackway, or a prehistoric pit. The ruin itself is only the visible surface of a much deeper stack. What still sleeps beneath it may be older than the stones you can touch. This is how the journey ends, not with one final answer, but with a changed way of looking. At the beginning, history may have seemed like something behind glass, arranged in periods and labels: Paleolithic, Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Roman Britain, early medieval, medieval, modern. But after walking through the dark, those labels feel more like lanterns than walls. They help you see, but they do not contain the whole landscape. You step over a fallen block and notice that one side is carved. The design is faint, almost erased by lichen. It may be medieval, it may be Roman, it may be a later copy of something older. Without excavation, context, and careful study, the stone refuses certainty. Still, it does not feel meaningless. It feels like a fragment that survived the collapse of its own explanation. The past often reaches us this way, not as a complete message, but as a surviving edge. You move toward the center of the ruin. Grass grows where a floor once held footsteps. Rainwater collects in a shallow hollow. A small bird lands on the wall, watches you for a moment, then flies away. In the distance, the old road crosses the valley, barely visible now under modern fields. Beneath it may lie older paths. Beneath those, earlier tracks. Beneath those, perhaps animal trails followed by people before farming, before monuments, before any name for the land. What still sleeps beneath us is not only hidden architecture, it is hidden continuity, the impulse to gather around fire, to mark a wall, to bury the dead, to follow water, to fear darkness, to enter caves, to store food, to raise stones, to build roads, to make sacred rooms, to reuse ruins, to leave traces without knowing who might find them. These habits move through human history like underground streams, changing form while keeping their direction. You kneel beside the wall and press your hand to the damp stone. It is cold, but not lifeless. The stone has been touched by builders, weather, animals, roots, and perhaps by people who no longer understood who first cut it. Every reused stone carries a small confusion of time. It belongs to more than one story. That is why ruins feel so powerful. They are not merely endings. They are places where meanings have been interrupted and reassigned. The buried world beneath this hill may contain nothing spectacular. No golden treasure, no sealed royal chamber, no lost civilization in the exaggerated sense. Perhaps only pottery sherds, charcoal, bones, post holes, roof tile, nails, seeds, and soil stains. Yet those quiet remains may be more honest than treasure. They would speak of meals, repairs, weather, work, death, animals, heat, hunger, belief, and patience. Ordinary life is the deepest mystery because it filled most of human time. The safest truth is also the most humbling. We know far more than earlier generations did, and still we know only a fraction. Archaeologists can scan beneath forests, read DNA from bones, date charcoal, analyze residues, map drowned landscapes, and reconstruct vanished environments. But the human interior remains partly hidden. The joke told at a hearth, the fear before entering a tunnel, the reason a hand touched pigment to stone, the last thought before a village was abandoned. These things sleep beyond instruments. You rise and look across the valley. Sunlight now reaches the river. Mist thins over the fields. The landscape appears calm, but your mind has learned to see it differently. The hill may hold graves. The field may hide a village. The church may stand on older memory. The road may follow a prehistoric route. The marsh may preserve wooden remains. The coast may have swallowed camps. The cave may hold marks that no one has yet found. How much human history has truly been lost? The question feels too large to answer, but not too large to feel. Most people who ever lived left no name. Many left no durable object. Some left only a footprint, a tooth, a seed, a stain of ash, a tool mark, or nothing at all. Yet their lives were not smaller because history failed to preserve them. They were complete while they were lived. They had mornings, hunger, warmth, illness, tenderness, work, fear, and sleep. You walk out of the ruin and follow the hill path downward. The grass is wet around your ankles. A distant bell sounds from a village hidden by trees. Somewhere, smoke rises from a house. Somewhere underground, water moves through stone. The world feels modern again, but only on the surface to beneath roads, lawns, churches, cities, farms, and forests. The older human world remains folded into the earth. The lost human world before civilization was stranger than we imagined because it was not a single lost world. It was countless worlds. Ice Age camps, cave chambers, forest paths, stone circles, burial mounds, mines, hill forts, Roman towns, sacred springs, crypts, villages, drowned plains, forgotten languages, each one partial, each one real, each one asking to be approached with curiosity rather than certainty. You stop at the foot of the hill and look back one final time. The ruin is already half hidden by mist. Its stones seem quiet, but not empty. They are part of the long underground memory of humanity, the memory that survives in fragments beneath roots, under streets, inside caves, behind church walls, below fields, and beyond the reach of names. What still sleeps beneath us is not only the past, It is the reminder that human life has always been deeper than the stories we manage to keep. The torchlight is fading now. You do not need to follow the path any farther tonight. The valley has grown still, and the old stones are softening into shadow. Rain begins again, very lightly, touching grass, broken walls, and the dark mouths of forgotten places. Beneath the earth, the chambers remain quiet. The mines are still. The wells hold their black water. The buried roads sleep under mud and roots. You can let the questions rest where they are. The ancient world does not need to explain itself all at once. It has waited for thousands of years, and it can wait a little longer. Somewhere beyond the misty hills, a bell sounds once, then fades. Somewhere in the ruins, the last warmth leaves the stones. In the forest, wind moves through branches before dawn. In the cave, water drips in darkness, patient and slow. The people you followed are gone, but not entirely. They remain in the ground, in tools, in paths, in ashes, in bones, in marks on stone, in the shape of fields, in the roads beneath roads, in the human habit of gathering close to light when the world grows cold. Now the fire lowers. The embers glow softly, then dim. The underground silence opens, not as fear but as rest. Cool air moves gently through the passage. The torch becomes a small red point, then only smoke, then nothing. Above the buried chambers, the first pale light of morning touches the hills. The ruins breathe in mist. The old world sleeps again, and you can sleep too. Sweet dreams.